How's everybody today?
Great.
Mr. Lawson, you're going to start us off. Who's starting?
Do you have any opening comments you'd like to make?
I do. I'd like to thank Ms. Sellers for a wonderful night last night, a great tour yesterday, all our folks.
Yeah.
You know, we saw some great stuff yesterday that understood what's going on in parts of the Fredericksburg district. We got to watch the video of the Norris Bridge, but I'll tell you the Norris Bridge story, and I've asked them to look at that. I said, what kind of car was that being shot from? I don't know if anybody saw the video, but, and they said a Subaru. I said, shoot it from a Suburban, okay? Because when you're in a Subaru and you're down here and the guardrail's here, it gives you some comfort because you can see it. And when you're in a Suburban and you're sitting here and you look over and you don't see any guardrails and you're like way high up in the air and you're in a really little lane, it's a scary thing, right? And so a lot of the issue with the Norris Bridge, in my view, it was built the year I was born, so I've known it my whole life, is that it just is scary because it's narrow and it's high. And the rails on the side aren't that high. It's not like it's going to fall in the river. It's not in it's just scary. And so people freaked out, and they drive around it. I mean, there are people that will drive an hour and 20 minutes to get around the bridge. I swear to you, there's a lot. But anyway, so it's great to see all those projects. And then last night was really special to be at the A. Smith Bowman Distillery. Bert, it was great to have Bert there and rejoin us. And the CEO of that firm is a guy named Jay Adams, or was a guy named Jay Adams before it was sold to Sazerac, and he's a friend, guys we know, and from hacking around, and a great guy. And Bert and I served on a board with him, so it was just kind of cool to be there. And the libation was in small quantities, was very nice.
They were generous.
So thank you, thank you. So thank you.
Food was great too.
The food was
Really good.
I guess this isn't the right place to go to this, but I've been to so many things like that. And whenever you go to something like that, the sliders are always like, well done, and they've been there for like an hour and a half, right? And you get them, and they're just never good, right? And I just got one last night for whatever reason. I went back and got one, and I bit into it, and it was medium rare, and it was juicy, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. I showed somebody else, they went and got one. But it was just great. It's fantastic. And the staff, listen, folks, we know how hard it is to go out of town and, impose our will on you when we go and get all this stuff from home and bring it with us. So it's hard on all y'all. We appreciate it. It's important to us, so thanks for doing it. John, that's my remarks.
Well, thank you. I'm going to take just a couple moments, and then I'm going to turn it over to Brooke and to Ho. Glad to have everyone back today. Again, I'll second the Secretary's comments about last night. It was very, very well done, very well received. Today is your second dose of Smart Scale. We talked again, yesterday a little bit about it.
I'll pull that mic a little closer to you, please.
Certainly. Today's your second dose of Smart Scale for this meeting. We went through some additional material yesterday as we've been carrying this theme along over the last several months. As I mentioned yesterday afternoon, we're going to start today with a little bit of a backup and a review of the process and history, and just trying to make sure everyone is clear on how the process works. And then we'll pick up with a little bit of an overview of what we've talked about so far to date, and then carry us into the future with some more new material, some more new discussion. We're starting to get to some recommendations, so we want to make sure we are vetting those recommendations and talking about them and understanding what they do and how they will change things. And then we will kind of wrap things up, hopefully mid-afternoon, and think about where we go as we head toward kind of finalizing things by the end of the year.
John, let me append to that a little bit. So Mr. Davis is here. It's his first meeting, it's his second day of his first meeting. He went online and looked at some stuff, some recorded meetings and stuff, so he's got a teeny-weeny bit of information. Mr. Laird and Mr. Lawson and Mr. Folks and some others, Mr. Byers, haven't been around but so long, and they know a lot more than the average bear, right? And Dr. Smoot, and then you got the vice chairman and Ms. Hines, the dynamic duo from Northern Virginia, and they've been around for a really long time, and they know a lot of stuff, right? And so we've got a wide spread of sort of knowledge and understanding of this program, which makes it hard when you do this, right? Because we all have different experiences, and it's radically different. So what I would ask you to do, and one thing we want to make sure of, is that as we go through this, that the group is comfortable with what we've presented and understanding it, and we can go to the next thing, right? And you don't have to agree with it. We're not looking for unanimity on everything, but at least an understanding of it, and sort of, yeah, okay, I get that. Understand where we are, and we're moving forward. Having said that, some of us on some points are not going to understand it, right? And we're going to need some extra help. And we don't want to do that here, I don't think. If I don't understand something, I need 25 minutes to talk about it, and you all understand that, I shouldn't be doing that here. But it needs to be done. So my point is just try to be thoughtful as we go through this process, that if you feel the need for more information or more discussion, but you're sort of by yourself in that situation, let's try to do that in a smaller setting where we can really dig in with you, as opposed to spending 25 minutes with one person when everybody else is sort of okay. And so I just ask you to just think about that because of the very different levels of experience that we've had with this. But while we're doing that, if you're not comfortable in understanding something at a higher level, let's stop and make sure everybody's good before we go to the next piece. Does that make sense? I mean, we'll just sort of do that as we can. We'll try to manage as we can. Right, John?
One last thing. Each of you at your seat has a big, thick binder. We broke tradition, and we actually gave you paper today. In the front of that book is the presentation that we will be walking through today, and then there is a copy of all the Smart Scale presentations we've done since we started in February, I guess, included in there for your reference.
So this is sort of your Bible. We've given you the Bible now, right? Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Great to see you.
Mr. Secretary, great to be here. Distinguished members of the board, Director DeBrawl, Commissioner Britt, Ho Chang from ATCS. So I'm just going to kind of give you the lay of the land for today. It's a team effort in terms of our presentation. So you can breathe sigh of relief that you're not going to be seeing me all day. So we're going to have, different faces up here. So the agenda is as follows. First, I'll go through the objectives of the retreat, and then we're going to give you the background, history, purpose, how the scoring methodology is done, the project funding steps, because there are a lot of questions about what about these 3 steps and what's going on and all that. So we're going to give you quite a bit of background on how Smart Scale is done, okay? And then we're going to give you a very quick summary, okay? Hopefully a quick summary on all the briefings we've given you to date. And we've given you a lot of different information since February, okay? So those are all the things that we're going to go over, as you can see on the agenda. We do have additional analysis that we're going to provide you, the low-scoring projects, and then we're going to take a lunch break. And then in the afternoon session, we'll get into the factor weighting scenarios. I think that's where we're going to have a lot of different discussion about different scenarios and how the weighting would work and what it would look like. So we're going to devote the afternoon going over that. And then we're going to summarize the meeting and then discuss action steps and what we need to do next, okay? And as the chief engineer presented yesterday, our goal is to be ahead of schedule. So that's our goal, and we'll hope to accomplish that, okay? So beyond that, what are some of the other objectives for today's meeting? One, again, looking at all the things that we provided to you to date. Let's make sure, both external and internal teams, that we've addressed the concerns and biases and perceptions from the stakeholder survey. We believe we have, but let's just confirm that at the end of the day. Let's also confirm that the concerns raised by the stakeholders were addressed, and let's discuss potential solutions that are being suggested, recommended. And then lastly, give us direction on the things that we need to follow up on for the final recommendation that's due in October, so that we can go back. If there are things that we need to further analyze or anything like that, we can do that for you and come back to you in October, okay? So I'm going to turn over now to Brooke. Oh, okay.
Morning, Ms. Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I am going to be doing a different version of the overview presentation that I brought to y'all in May. We're going to spend some time getting a little bit deeper. We got feedback that we actually want to get into the measures, understand how measures work. I'm actually going to bring my colleague Jonathan up once we get into the measures to go into that. And then we're also going to have Ms. Kim Pryor available to go through an example on the funding steps when we get into that. But I'm going to kick this off with a little bit of history and purpose of why we're here. We reformatted this a little bit, so it is going to look a little different and a little similar to what you saw in May. But how did we get here? So prior to Smart Scale, or if you remember, our first round was called HB2, most transportation project decisions were driven by entities that controlled the funding. So this is before this was all baked. Interstate and unpaved roads were addressed first, with then the additional balance distributed 40% to the primary system, which was allocated by the CTB. And this is the most similar to high priority projects program that you know today. So I would be thinking that as you're thinking of this old program of the 40-30-30 formula. The additional remaining 30% was given completely to local entities, the counties for secondary routes, and then an additional 30% to cities and towns for urban routes. So 60% of the money available for transportation funding was controlled by those local entities. So with the start of HB2, that has been addressed since then. There were other structural issues. No objective criteria was given to guide the project selection. It led to a lot of shifting priorities, political priorities. Additionally, there was no rules around funding projects fully. This was a very big issue with wasting time and resources waiting for funds to accrue. They would give a little bit of money here just to make a political promise instead of fulfilling an actual project. The project could be very far along in the process, and then it can never be constructed as well. And I think we've seen that happen several times prior to the Smart Scale process, which is why Smart Scale became such a critical part. So Smart Scale was created to improve that transparency and accountability of project selection and stabilize the 6-year improvement program. That second part is what I was talking about before, making sure that we're funding projects. It requires the use of data-driven, outcome-based prioritization process. And I will leave you with this reminder, and I'm going to keep saying it throughout today, that Smart Scale is a tool. You all, as a board, ultimately pick what projects get funded. We will come to you with a list of projects called the staff recommended scenario, and throughout all of this, just keep in your mind, it is a tool to decide what projects. You will make those decisions in the end.
And Brooke, let me jump in on that, because that's a great point. And we do have that latitude, and we've used it. But I will also caution us, if we use it too often, we don't have a system, right? So we need to get the system so that it's given us the results and the performance that we're asking for without us fixing the system every time we address it. And so I would say to us, I think the stuff that we've done since I've been on the board, working with Smart Scale, has been judicious and smart and good, the changes we've made. But if we make too many of them, we got a problem. Thanks.
Yeah, and to that end, we have never claimed for this process to be perfect, and it's not going to capture every detail that is important to you. But we always have that time to adjust, and we have time to work, and we do continuous improvement every round, and it's going to continue to still be important. So you've seen this several times. I bring this slide to you every month. I made a few modifications where I actually added the code names and the CTB policy names to here so we can track it a little bit better. And I'm going to try to identify a little bit more on how the code works, which drives everything we do. Our code drives everything we do in this process. And then CTB policy fills in the blanks to make sure we're supporting Virginia code. And underneath that, there's 4 separate functions that make up the smart scale process that you know today. So we have the procedural process, and that is most similar to saying our application process. You know, how do we work with our applicants and intake applications? The next part is scoring and methodology. That's a completely different function. And then the funding scenario and steps is a completely different function that Kim Pryor leads and runs out of the Infrastructure and Investment Division. And we keep those 2 things separate for a reason, so that I'm not messing with the scores to make a funding scenario work, and she's not coming up with a funding scenario that doesn't work with the scores. And those 2 processes are very distinct in the smart scale process. And then the 4th thing is delivery of the project. We commit to building a project, and then we actually need to deliver it and make sure that the benefits and the project that we said we were going to build is being built. And we've said this a few times, but one change that we make in this process is easy to follow, but multiple changes in aggregate might swing the pendulum further than we want. So just be aware that modifying these potential solutions as we work through modifications through the process. And I think when we get together in the afternoon, you'll really see how one change makes a movement in a particular scenario. So we'll go through that this afternoon. Okay, so starting with the code, HB2 defines the process. So one of the driving reasons for HB2 was to pull the politics out of decision-making and move towards a data-driven process. These items that are listed here are the code, and everything else that's not in the code is going to be policy. So the benefit-cost relationship is required, which is what we call our smart scale score. That is laid out in the code. The 6 factor areas are laid out in the code that you see there. It's required for a multimodal project evaluation. You will see there's other states that have a bike ped program, and they have a highway program, and they have a transit program. In smart scale, it's required that we come up with a process that's able to evaluate the benefits of multimodal components on one project. You have to meet a VTrans need. And lastly, and one of the most important things that I covered on the first slide, is that projects have to be fully funded when added to the SIP. This maintains the commitment that we're building these projects that have benefit. All right, the next part is the funding. So we went over, the first part was process. This is going to be the funding. So there is also code that define the funding to the programs. Smart scale is a process. There's programs that actually fund projects. So in HB 1887, that dictated rounds 1 through 3. It established what you know as the State of Good Repair and the High Priority Projects Program and the District Grant Program. What applies to Smart Scale was the High Priority Projects Program and the District Grant Program. And that is what we used for the first 3 rounds. But in rounds 4, we had HB 1414 introduced, and that restructured Virginia's transportation funding model and updated the program shares, and I'm going to show you what that looks like on the next slide. It also enacted changes to statewide revenue sources and regional funding sources, and it imposed the regional fuels tax in all areas of the Commonwealth where it was not imposed to be used in the district grant program in addition to the formula that you'll see on the next page, and that is referred to as the supplemental district grant. So this is the pie of where the money goes from our code, HB 1414. So the different variations of blue are showing you where the components of that money goes. And Smart Scale is meant to be a complement to every program that's provided by the CTB and for different projects to compete for. And it's not to replace other programs that exist, and I'm going to give you an example. So an example of this could be the safety program, which is also there. The board's been talking about safety as a priority, which it is, and there's just a reminder that there are other programs out there to support safety projects. We have an interstate operation and enhancements program. There are programs out there to support interstate-only projects. And we're not the only program in the game. So there's also revenue sharing, which is a very large chunk. You can see the total that makes up. It's $1.4 billion in the last 6-year improvement program. And TAP is also there available for bike and ped projects. So we want to be careful that we're not the biggest TAP program. We're not the biggest highway safety program. We are Smart Scale, and we have a different purpose. So we talked about this one in length in May. I'm not going to belabor this, but again, HB 1414 does define where this funding goes. And so this is all in code, and we don't have the authority to change this amongst the board. The allocation of where the money goes is defined, but not what has to be funded. Regional fuels tax are collected everywhere in the state, and the revenue in the gray area shown on the map augment the DGP is what the supplemental grant program is. I did make a revision to this from when you saw it in May. It's for the I-81 corridor. It's every county jurisdiction that touches 81 is in the I-81 corridor improvement fund. So if it looks a touch different, that's why, and I just updated the green area to be the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. Moving on to CTB policy, which is actually set up really similar to the code. We just spent time talking about process and funding, and the CTB policy kind of follows suit and has a process and funding differentiation. So the 6-year improvement program development policy lays out how to fund, or what you know as the funding steps. It also has a schedule of when we have to come back to you and provide stuff to the public and to applicants. So that keeps us all honest about when information is coming out. And then the policy for implementation of the Smart Scale prioritization process defines project eligibility, it defines typology, factor, measure weighting, adopts the technical guide. And that's really critical as we go through the measures. We adopt the measures by way of the technical guide. We do our very best to bring every measure change before the board, and Jonathan will do a really good job of describing all of the measure changes that we have brought before the board in the past. The Smart Scale cost overrun policy, it ensures that we follow rules in the delivery process. If a project is over budget, can the Smart Scale project remove a component that was a big scoring component that actually got it funded in the first place? There are rules in place to make sure that throughout the construction and delivery of the project that we're maintaining the Smart Scale benefits. And you do classically see him frequently come up to you to inform you on those changes that are happening on projects that are having either scope or budget overruns. Okay, I'm going to go through the policy in more detail. So everything that I'm covering on these slides is policy nuance that you will see moving forward. What the policy dictates, I'm going to put it in chronological order from application through delivery. And you'll see up on the top right what part of the function it actually makes up. So for starting off is what makes you eligible for the Smart Scale process. So if you're a locality versus an MPO, a PDC, or a transit agency, you're eligible for different programs. And that's pretty critical to outline that. DGP and HPP funding eligibility are affected by the VTrans need met and who submitted the project. So you'll see there, for example, in the DGP program, only localities are eligible for DGP, and MPOs, PDC, or transit agencies are not. Local and regional population does determine the limit of the applications that can be submitted each round. Before limits were set in round 3, so we didn't always have limits. we've had an applicant apply for as many as 33 applications. So these application limits were critical in maintaining the quality and workload throughout the process.
Brooke, let me say something. You know, we've heard a bunch of people, and I don't want to get into the detail yet, it's not time for that, but we've heard a bunch of people come back to us on the application restriction or whatever you want to call it. And I think all we're trying to do, or to make sure, all we're trying to make sure of is that we don't have a very wasteful process where we're incenting people and two people doing a lot of work at the local level and then at the VDOT level with things that are just never going to get there, right? And so we don't want them to waste their time, and we don't want our staff to waste their time. And the question is, what's the right balance? You know, if the illustration of 33 is sort of the extreme, right?
Yeah.
And like, if you stood back from that, it's likely you might say that was probably a wasteful process. But there's obviously, you know, it's a gray area, right? So as we think about that, later on, the question is, what's the right balance there, right? Because all this takes work, and all takes resources, and it takes away from something else that we can do. And so if we have a really inefficient process, we want to make it better, but we don't want to have a process that also like leaves a lot of stuff on the floor, right? So we'll get there. We'll make a decision at some point, but this sort of illustrates that point.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I just ask a question?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Brooke, how did we decide on the size of locality or MPO, PDC that made you eligible for a certain number of applications?
I knew there was very large discussion about this in the first retreat, but it truly was public input.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so putting out options like we were doing here, and we did in May, I think we put out different options for the application and getting public feedback from where it
Talking about
should be.
originally.
Yeah, originally.
Originally.
Yeah.
So,
So 2017 was the last retreat, and this was the topic of discussion at that retreat.
okay. Okay, so it came from the public.
Yes.
Okay.
Staff recommended, public support.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Dr. Smoot.
what is the process for projects that involve more than one locality or MPO?
Well, you mean, give me an example.
Yeah.
Okay, suppose, just making this up, suppose there were a project that both Roanoke County and Montgomery County, which are adjoining counties, were interested in because it would impact and occur within both. What is the process for projects that involve more than one?
Got it.
So we have two scenarios, Mr. Smith, we have two scenarios that happen in that way. So in the first case, if it's, 50-50 of the project, that's a good application that the MPO probably is going to submit on behalf of both those two entities. There are a lot of instances as well where 90% of the project is in one county and 10% is in the other county. Typically, that county that has the 90% will say, I want this project, and I need to get permission from that 10% person. So we require a resolution of support. It is technically their one application, though, or one of their four available. But that's
Brooke,
how
I think
it
the
works.
question is, we don't have any restriction they could both put it in, technically, right? Montgomery, they could both put it in. Obviously, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense because they're using up an application and it's for the same project and just get one person to do it, whether it's MPO. So we don't have a restriction at our level. It's just a matter of how they want to play with each other. Is that fair enough?
Yep.
We don't
Thank
give
you.
them a bonus for collaboration either.
No. They get the project.
They get, yeah, right.
Mr. Chairman, can I add to the
Yes, Ms. Sellers.
the population? If we go back when these numbers were done, the populations, particularly in Spotsylvania and Stafford County, were probably more at the 120,000 range, and now they're pushing probably closer to 160,000. So I think that's their concern, is that if we don't change this now, they'll be right up against that 200,000, and it's you're either in or you're out. And that, I think that's the concern for them, and then that will push the MPO to where they will be once again butting right up to that number, but not quite enough to get into that big district. So that's their concern.
We will grapple through that. Thank you.
On the procedural side, I'm not going to cover this in big detail other than make the point that it's a very big deal of how much effort that it takes to get an application through the process to ensure that it meets the need, the project's eligible, it's ready. And remember, we're fully funding these projects, so we need to know what we're funding. And we need to know that the money's going to be enough to cover it, because that's our reputation. We had the chief talk about that, making sure we stay on time, on budget.
Let's reiterate that point. I mean, that's really the point, right? The amount of work that everybody has to put in to ensure that it goes through the process and it's analyzed, and what comes to us is really good data, right? What did you call it? Your words were?
To call it ready?
No, you said it was a lot of work. You didn't use a lot. You used a different term, but it's a lot of work, right?
Extreme.
So if we
Extreme.
have 100 projects that are like not going to happen, and when you have too many, it still takes the same amount of work for everyone. And like, if you're funding 8% of the projects, and I'm making these numbers up, you really want to get your applications down, right? If you're rejecting 92%, and that's not our numbers, but I'm just using it as an illustration, that's not a good system, right? There's way too much work to get to the result. And that's just what we want to get rid of without throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Of course.
Right, so that becomes the debate.
Yeah, so I think I don't even need to cover anything else on
Keep
this. Keep it moving. So on the scoring methodology side is what we're going to switch to now. I'm also not going to spend a lot of time on this because we are going to talk about factor weightings a lot this afternoon, and Jonathan is going to dig into these particular factors. But I do want to note that typology decisions are made at the PDC and MPO level. That's what you see those boundaries as on the map within the districts. We had our speaker yesterday from Stafford. She spoke about the request originally to move from area type A to area type B. So I did want to highlight that we take in recommendations of what area type that MPO or PDC wants to be in, if it makes sense. Obviously, we're not going to say that it makes sense to move from an area type A to a D unless you've had a huge population migration. But this process was done with a lot of input from those MPOs and PDCs and localities within there. So that typology has been framed with a lot of thought, and we rely heavily on their input for this designation. And the
Brooke,
weighting
let
values.
me say something, because it's a little bit, so on this chart we show on the box at the top, in gray, it says factor, and then it says type A, B, C, and D. Over on the left, it says typologies, A, B, C, and D. Up top, it says area type. They're all the same thing, right? Those are all, we're using different words. I just want to make sure it's clear that we've got 4 different categories you can fit into. Those are what we're calling the area types or topology or whatever, right? 4 you can fit into, and those are the 4, and that's how the weighting is inside of each of those different 4 areas, right? So you're either an A, B, C, or D.
Correct.
And you flow accordingly.
And Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Smoot, yes, sir.
The selection of a type, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is totally up to the local government. The state does not set these, does not assign types to
we'll help you with
particular
this.
localities.
We'll help with this, yes, ma'am.
Yes, so we could absolutely consider the input from a locality and an MPO and PDC. So if we get a letter or request for that, as long as it makes sense, and we haven't made a lot of changes. There have been a few changes throughout the years of a few typology shifts from type A to type B or type C to type B.
Let's talk
And
about the
that's-
rules and not the practice. So under the rules, who decides, who makes the decision? We do.
Yes.
We make it with input,
We
Dr.
bring it with-
Smoot, but
to
this
you.
board,
Jeff, who is "we"? Is that VDOT or is it this board?
And at the request of various localities and whatever.
yeah, so what Brooke is telling you, the rule is the board determines the type, period. That's the rule. The practice is we are swayed and influenced by good arguments from entities or localities that come to us, and our practice has been, if it made sense, then we did it, right? That's the practice. And we haven't done a lot of it. It hasn't been wholesale, but that's been our practice. So we got a rule and we got a practice, and I think that, did you have a comment?
Well, I was going to say that that's what happened with the Fredericksburg District. It was this board that made the decision based on good, solid input. But the other thing, this is a great update, Brooke. It's really bringing us back to some of the information that started this process. It would help with this chart if you could show one more column in the future that shows population represented by these various types. Because as we look at that map, as we often do, we think, geez, the majority of the Commonwealth is blue. But population densities obviously vary in those types. It'd be nice to know how many of our citizens are represented by A, B, C, and D. Just
We can do that. We can do that.
Yeah,
No problem.
thank you.
That's a good idea.
Mr. Chang yesterday presented the map with the populations on it, and it is about 1/3 in C and D and 2/3 in A and B of the population. But we can add
Oh, we can
that
show
in the
each one.
future.
We can show
Of
each one.
course. For each factor, there are multiple measures within those factors. And one example is pointed out there. Not even going to cover that because Jonathan is going to get into those details. But again, the methods are adopted by way of the technical guide. Small refinements relating to new research methods are made each round and published before each round. But we bring any major changes to those methods and to those measures to you. Last round, we brought major methodology changes to E1 and E2. We spent 2 months with the board going through those changes before the adoption on a smaller scale. And I'm going to have Jonathan come up in a few minutes to cover this. So. But before I do that, normalization is also a really big part of the process, and it is a part of the process that folks get most confused on and tripped up on, so I am going to spend some time here. It simply means the best project in the state for that measure. It dictates the score for all other projects. Under this process, the maximum measure values may change on a year-to-year basis or a round-to-round basis, depending on the characteristics of the submitted projects. That is why when you submit each round, you can't compare your normalized score to a previous round. Why do we normalize? It's so that all your benefits can be added together so that each measure is unitless. And an example is you cannot add delay and crashes together to get a number that works together. So we normalize the values to make them unitless to come up with a benefit that works together. You'll notice there's an example up here, and this is a round 3 example. It has a very signature project that most folks are aware of and familiar with. It's the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel Widening Project, comes to the top that round. The normalized score was the 100, and the delay measure was 6,436.4. And the best way to show how normalization works is to look at the bottom project at West End Transitway Corridor Investments. This was not the lowest score, but this is just a subset of an example. And that score was 643.9. So that was about 10%, and it is a 10 on the normalized score. So you can see very clearly how that works. Do you have questions?
Laura's not a numbers person.
Clear, not this early.
I'll wait, I'll work with you.
I deal with people, sir.
I understand, ma'am. And you're good at that.
going to give Ms. Pryor all the glory on this slide and not read it off and bore you, but it is a good time to bring up that reminder again that Smart Scale is a decision-making tool. This is the last step in the process. And there actually is a step 4. We don't ever call it out as a step 4, but the consensus scenario is ultimately the step 4. It basically is saying, we're going to swap out a project here or there, and that is another step in the process that isn't clearly laid out in those numbers there, but just a reminder that it's a decision-making tool, and that happens. All right, so we've gone through the process where we've funded projects. Now the commitment is made to deliver this funded project. The chief did tee up this topic nicely yesterday and really underscoring the importance of fulfilling the commitments with the dollars allocated that we plan through Smart Scale. So the delivery should be an important part of the process as we go through to make sure that projects are delivering and we're addressing projects in the program before moving forward with any new projects. And I think we kind of talked about that a little bit in January by talking about the inflation and holding aside money to deal with projects we already had programmed. So the most important to you every round is making sure that we're taking care of our projects that we have and making sure they're getting delivered. And lastly, in delivery is the project change process. This ensures the Commonwealth maintains the benefits of the project at the time of funding. No project can go away or be canceled without your approval. So there will never be a canceled project that you don't see and vote on. Budget changes have to come through the board, and additionally, all scoping changes that actually significantly changes the score, that it would not have been funded if you removed those scoring benefits. All right, so what has Smart Scale done? You've seen this slide, I think, 4 times since October. I've brought this several times. You can see that it demonstrates the evolution of every round, and it does kind of show that every round is different. There's been a steady increase in requested funding, a couple blips here and there, but overall, the request is always going to be more than what we have to allocate. And just keep that in mind as we go through the process. The needs are always 4 to 5 times the amount of the money available to allocate.
Mr. Secretary,
Signs.
I keep being stunned that we're in, that we're
This many
finished.
rounds?
Not able to fit this
Yeah,
chart
no,
on
I
anymore.
do.
Don't
I
count
do.
the years, Mary.
I do, but going back to the cycle that you just walked us through, the line I would love to see added to this chart is the line that says completed projects from the round.
That's a great.
I'd like that, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I think we at some point, not sure it informs, it's critical for this, but it'd be great to see that, right?
I think
Where
that-
they are, how many, round 1, round 2, round 3, where are they
And
all
we
done?
did, round 1 and round 2 were back to back.
Right.
And we were still learning, and we learned a lot of things in round 1 and 2. But now that we're into, I think, what feels like a more stable
Yeah,
funding
sure.
and production schedule, I think it would be really instructive.
That'd be an interesting slide,
for
Brooke.
the
I mean, I don't
board.
think it's critical to some of these
It's not.
decisions, but it would be a great thing to see.
As a long-term monitoring tool,
absolutely.
it would be
Yeah.
really helpful.
I agree with you.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, Dr. Smoot?
if we look at toward the bottom of the chart, Brooke, total funding allocated, let's just look at round 5, 1.6 billion, value of projects supported, 2.4 billion. The difference in those two numbers represents other funding for
The
those
leverage.
projects,
The
be it
leverage.
local, federal, whatever,
Could-
right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir, that's the
Okay.
leverage.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Right. And round 3 is where the Hampton Road Bridge Tunnel is. That's why that one is so big.
Is the number even bigger?
Maybe it's even bigger now.
See, the commissioner might take me off my podium.
Slightly. Yes, Mr. Coleman?
Brooke, submitted and scored, round 5, 413,394. Is that through a screening process, or are localities pulling applications?
Tell me, yeah, go ahead.
Both. Mr. Coleman, it is both.
Some aren't eligible, and some they pull. Now, I think what we're dealing with, if you go back, submitted and funded, and if you look at 413 and 164 versus where you started at 321 and 163, you've gone from a 2-to-1 to a 3-to-1, right? And it's not linear. I mean, some of it along the way, but when you get to a 3-to-1 and a 4-to-1 and a 5, you know, you don't want that, right? You don't want that. It's too much work that you're just spinning your wheels on. And so that's the ratio that I'm sort of looking at a little bit, which is, and all those, by the way, those 230 projects that didn't get funded, just take a wild stab at how many hours of everybody's time goes into one project. And I know one project is different than another, but is it 100 to do an application and to review it on our end, and everybody's time that's involved? I mean, 100 doesn't seem like a big number to me. It might be more than that, right? Let's say it's 150 hours. 150 hours times 230 is a lot of time. And listen, we don't want to leave we don't want to go too deep. We don't want to cut too much, but we don't want to have everybody chasing something that's not going to happen and wasting resources. And it's a balance, so I don't know where we're going to end up, but that's sort of what illustrates it. Ms. Sellers.
When did we put in the limit on application numbers? Which year?
Between round 2 and 3.
Between 2 and, okay. So we still see them going up. It's not like it's really changed the number of applications people are submitting.
Well, the question is, do we crack it down at all?
I think that's also a really good point. I think there is political pressure to meet a cap within a locality.
A cap? What do you mean by that?
So if we set a cap, a local board, if we get on a
Oh,
micro
if you can do
level,
6, you got to put in 6.
a local board says, hey, our limit is 6.
Why didn't you
Staff,
maximize
why
my
aren't we-
opportunity?
Why aren't we maximizing our opportunities?
Yeah.
If there is no limit, there's nothing to say, staff, why aren't we having this number of applications? So I think they're meeting that cap
And listen, we help
intentionally.
localities a lot, but you heard it before, there are localities that don't have the they say they don't have the resources, but they don't have the resources to put the money in, they don't have the staff resources either in some cases. And we help them, right? We do the best that we can to help them. But at some point, just churning through a process, burning resources that never get a good result is just not a good thing. And so I don't know where we're going to end up, but it's a reasonable question to ask and grapple with, and that's what we're going to do.
The only point I want to make here is the leveraging point that Mr. Smoot brought up, that Smart Scale has allocated $6.3 billion over the past 8 years, but we do have a total portfolio of over $14.5 billion that we're delivering, and that we're leveraging local dollars in that process and regional dollars to the tune of $8.2 billion. And some very big signature projects have been able to be completed through the Smart Scale process. This slide is more for historical purposes. I'm not going to belabor this, but as a program, we are absolutely committed to continuous improvement every round. We will call out specific measure improvements after going over that particular measure so you can see what changes we have made round over round when digging into that dive coming up next. But if you should want something to reference back to look at what has been done. Like I mentioned earlier, there was a previous retreat that was done between rounds 2 and 3. There is various audits that occur on our program. There's a lot of checks and balance that do keep us in check constantly. And just putting this up here for your reference. All right, so I'm going to pass it over to Jonathan Robbins. He is going to go into...
Any questions of anything we've been over so far? Mr. Kaspertz.
A good review, thank you. And this is a good document to have in a hard copy. It keeps us from having to go back
it's
to
great.
presentations. Thank you.
Anyone else? Feeling pretty up to speed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan, she queued you right up.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Director Britch. I see Director DeBrule's not there. Fellow members of the board, I appreciate your time this morning, giving me this opportunity to take a walk through these scoring measures with you. If it is okay with everybody, I would like to leave this slide up since we're going to walk through the scorecard measure by measure. If you would like me to go through my slides on the presentation, I'm more than equipped
You're good, Jonathan.
to
Keep
do that
going.
as well. So leave this up?
Yes, sir.
All right,
That's what you
appreciate
want to do, you do it. You're driving.
Thank you, sir. So this is a specific application scorecard you see in front of you. It is 9443. It's a round 5 application in the Lynchburg district. Specifically, it's the city of Danville. It is a highway principal improvement type, but it has a little bit of everything on it. You've got sidewalk additions, crosswalk additions, turn lane addition. They're installing an R-cut, closing some medians, closing some driveways, and they're even putting in a bus stop. So we got a real multimodal thing here. And so first we're going to go to congestion. Congestion, we have C1 and C2 up on here just because that's how we refer to them internally. C1 is the increase in throughput that a project's going to deliver. C2 is the reduction in delay. They're 50-50. Each one counts for half of the overall congestion score. C1, your throughput, only includes automobiles if there is currently overcapacity on the facility. Otherwise, what you're looking at is your multimodal improvements, your additional bicyclists, your additional pedestrians, your additional transit riders tend to be what makes up your throughput increase. And
Yeah, I'm confused.
sure, what point of clarity can I provide?
The car versus the capacity comment.
So it's not necessarily versus capacity, it's versus persons. John?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that there are slides
Behind us
behind the scorecard
that get into that.
each one. So he's talking about it from
You can
the-
flip
from the
through and look at
scorecard,
that.
But if you want to follow through in your printed copy, there is an actual slide for each of this measure.
So what I heard you say, Jonathan, was in describing the C1 throughput change, you said that I thought I heard you say were cars or autos were not included unless it was already maxed out.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the concept, so what would be included?
So typically, what you find in your C1 score for a facility that is not past capacity are going to be pedestrians, cyclists, transit users.
And
And
so
what
the-
happens when it's
And so the
congested?
theory, is there such a thing as max capacity for them? I mean, why do we look at them, why do we look at vehicles and say, if we get more vehicles but it's not constrained, it doesn't count, but if we just get some people that are going to ride and walk, it does? I'm trying to just,
So broadly speaking, for vehicles in the travel way,
if it's not congested,
if it's not
it's
congested,
not congested, right? You said it's not maxed out, so.
Correct.
I don't know if that means it's not congested or not, but if it's, are those the same thing?
not
Exactly.
technically, they're not
Not
technically
exactly.
the same.
Well, let's just say they're the same thing for the sake of the argument.
Sure.
If it's not congested, but I build some stuff that is multimodal, and I get some people to use it, it's still not congested, but I get a congestion relief score.
I think we'll switch to just going through the slides.
Next.
Let's switch to going
But you
through
understand,
I can
Calvary's coming.
answer this question.
Calvary's coming.
I can answer the question.
Jonathan's
I don't
good.
need help, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm trying to just get my brain to think about it and why that is,
Why it is so?
why that reflects a congestion relief benefit.
So throughput.
Why that's reflective of a benefit.
Throughput is basically the increase in people. If your facility, your roadway facility is not capacity constrained, then you can't be said to be adding people above and beyond what the facility can handle to increase throughput. But if you are pushing more people through via pedestrians, via bicycles, or via, say, a bus, your overall number of people is increasing that are accessing and moving through the facility.
So the number increases if they're on a bus, but it doesn't increase if they're in a car?
Correct. Because that car was always going to be able to move through there.
So
If I could provide
Sure.
some clarity, thank you, sorry. So the thought process behind how, when we are looking at vehicles on a roadway, we're going to convert the increase in vehicular throughput to increase in person throughput. So the thought process is, if you are at capacity on a roadway and you're adding new capacity, then you're going to be able to increase the person throughput. But if you're under capacity and you add capacity, you're not, all the vehicles that want to get through that facility during the peak hour are able to get through. So by adding capacity, what it's preventing us from doing is, if we've got a roadway that's at, say, 25% capacity, it's a 2-lane roadway with 2,000 vehicles a day, and that roadway can handle 10,000. If we add 2 more lanes, we're not going to increase any person throughput through vehicles on that roadway, because all of the demand that's there can be satisfied.
you're talking
by
about actual
capacity.
throughput versus capacity throughput?
Yes, exactly. So that's the
Yeah,
reason
if we got
put the cap.
10,000, if we got 2 people to use the road every day,
Yeah,
and we make the road 8 lanes wider, the same 2 people use the same two lanes, and we don't need that, right?
exactly.
So let's say we build a bus lane or a bike lane or a path, right? And so you're now getting some people using a mode that wasn't available before.
Yes, exactly.
And so I'm not saying it's not a good thing. I'm trying to get it back to congestion. So I've got a road that's not congested, and I add a bike lane, and I get a congestion relief score.
You would get a very modest, small congestion relief or increase in person throughput.
It's just, it's really not a matter of degree. It's a matter of getting my brain to
Yeah.
understand the concept.
If you're providing us,
I've got an uncongested facility, and I add some more to it. Forget what it is, right? So I got a different, it's different because it's a different modality, right? And that's a good thing, right? Gives me options. What does it have? Congestion.
yeah.
That's my problem. We'll work through that.
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Lawson.
just to put more to that point and for me to better understand it, in my world, if we're doing an industrial production line and that conveyor's running at 50%, why are we spending resources on it until it gets closer to 95 or 100%?
I asked Mr. Bowman that last night.
We learned about that,
Yeah.
and that's why we couldn't get the single barrel. But it's coming next month.
Mr. Lawson.
And they do need to add that. That there is congestion, but here we don't have congestion, and it's, we'll get to it in the afternoon, but the definitions are troubling to me for that, and this is an example of
Well,
that.
don't get too wrapped around the axle on it, okay? Because there's lots of vagaries in this, and as I said this morning at breakfast, this is complicated and very, there are lots of little pieces to it. And what we're trying to do is, we're never going to get it perfect. It's just not going to be, right? We're trying to make it better and keep squeezing it to make it better. And we've got to be careful as we do this that we don't fall into the trap of the perfect being the enemy of the good. So I just, I'm struggling with that, but I got to put that on the side and move on and sort of come back to it and see how I can get my brain wrapped around that a little bit better. But yeah,
Thank
so I'm not going to get too exercised about any one thing because there's lots of them, right? And we just got to move them around a little bit and tweak them a little bit and push and pull a little bit to get what we want to see.
We'll settle for better.
Mr. Secretary, if
Yes,
I
Ms.
might.
Hines.
You know, I'll just admit up front, I get stuck sometimes on these too. So like, but the part that of this whole system that's somewhat, I think, mitigating on the whole, all of the factors, is that for different typologies, we have different weights.
We do.
And so this congestion factor is weighted differently in different places because congestion
It's more important in
is
certain
more
places.
important in certain places than other places. And similarly, we have that kind of a flip on economic development. And so we have to keep in mind that we can't just think about that which we know the best, because our job is the whole Commonwealth, right? And to find a way, and I think the typologies help, of sort of leveling the ground among the needs of different parts of the Commonwealth. So in my part of the world, you know, this congestion score and the fact that we are congested, you know, significant amounts of every day, the redundancy that you referred to, Jonathan, of other networks is really, really important. Less so in Danville, right?
Yeah, and I think you're saying in more specificity what I was trying to say. Like, so let's, yeah,
But keep your eye on I mean, it's the interplay of those two things.
absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
If I could take one more crack at answering the essence of your question, though.
Yes, sir.
Because I think it's a good question. We're saying this is the congestion measure, then we're saying that throughput sort of can happen independent of capacity constraints, right? So in what way is it reducing congestion? I think it is important to remember that these category names are sort of by their nature a little reductive, so that it can fit into the acronym scale, and that instead of congestion, a better way to think about it is this measure is intended to move people. One way to move more people is through throughput. The other way to move more people is to decrease delay. And that's what C2 focuses on, is the decrease in delay. And
Okay, Jonathan, you open the can.
Sure.
Come the worms. So help us understand. So throughput should be a calculation, a calculation that would say, here's the space, here's the length, here's the speed. How many of those can I get through, right? What's the constant throughput speed given how things happen? And then that's the throughput piece. The other criteria was hours of delay.
person
Right.
hours, yes, but yes.
Excuse me?
Person hours.
Person hours of delay.
But yes, hours is fine.
And so, one of the things I've always struggled with is sort of separating them as if they're discrete variables. I'm not sure they're really discrete. I think they're fairly interrelated. With more congestion, with less throughput versus demand, you're going to have hours of delay, right? By definition. So they're inextricably linked in that regard. And sometimes to take them apart, I just grapple with that. But I'm going to put that on the side too and keep going. Thank you.
That's a completely valid observation. One thing I would like to note, because this has come up a few times in conversation, there is a lot of talk about bikes or pedestrians taking cars off the road. We don't make those assumptions in our delay calculations. All our delay calculations are based on vetted models for increase in time moving through, or decreasing the time it'll take somebody to move through a facility based on prevailing conditions of automotive traffic. So those are the C2. Any other questions about congestion? Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Casper.
Yeah, in the C1 and C2, are these generally highly correlated?
You know, I don't know. That's a
not.
good question. They're not?
No. Okay. Well,
And that's where I'm struggling.
understanding the reason for not being highly correlated would be helpful at some point. Yes. Okay.
That's where I am.
I would say there's a correlation in if a road is over capacity.
Okay, so it depends on its
and
current
the-
condition on the correlation.
It depends on the current
Absolutely.
condition.
Okay,
That makes sense.
thank you.
Thank you, Brooke.
That makes sense.
All right. Bam. So I'm not going to read through the entire history of every measure every time because there's a lot to get through, and I don't think that would be a fruitful use of everybody's time. But we do these inquiries into our measures between every round because, as Ms. Jackson said in her presentation, we're not perfect. We're not going to be perfect, but we would always like to be better. And it's always a collaborative process with our stakeholders. That includes the board, it includes our applicant community, our people out in the districts that we rely on for screening and validation, and our district planners. And so, I'll be speaking to the round 3 to 4 solution here, just because I'm somewhat familiar with it. But the other information is included for your benefit. The same thing is going to happen on all of the other continuous improvement slides. All of this information came actually from previous board presentations. And because ultimately you guys, the board, are the ones that have the final say in what gets to change. So between rounds 3 and 4, it kind of came to our attention that our method did not adequately account for recurring congestion on weekends. So we updated our congestion methods to make sure that we were considering weekend data when we were calculating the duration of our peak period.
Big problem around here in Fredericksburg.
Well, hopefully we're getting it. So moving down your list here to safety, and this is reducing the number and rate of injury and fatal crashes. We do not consider property damage only crashes. So if there was a injury or if there was a fatality.
Breaking news.
Yes. The one I have is black and white. I have a color one now, so that's nice. Right. No property damage, just injuries or fatalities. So S1, you'll see, is rated at 70%. S2 is 30%. S1, if you look at your scorecard, we have it as the reduction in fatal and injury crashes. You'll see the letters EPDO. That stands for equivalent property damage only. We use FHWA weightings to convert these fatal and injury crashes into a similar unit of equivalent property damage, and that is how we calculate the S1. It is the estimated crash reduction based on the safety improvements offered by the project. S2 is a 30%, and that is the reduction in that crash rate given the vehicle miles traveled through the project area.
So John, I heard two things in S1. I heard, and I think I understand what you were saying, but I heard first that property damage was not considered, and then I heard it was considered based on a FHWA, process.
When I say we don't consider, what I mean is we have a universe of crashes for the previous 5 years to the start of the program. We strip out property damage crashes from that universe so that the only thing you got it?
Got it.
All right.
It's not the value.
Correct.
You don't get in if you're property only.
Correct.
If you're fatal or severe, you get in and you calculate property based on some formula.
That is absolutely correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Kaspertz.
Yeah, question, does the combination of S1 and S2 give us a crash modification factor? Or is the crash modification factor embedded more in S1? Help me understand it. I've used that term.
The crash modification factor is what we use to eventually get to S1.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
All right, no problem. Any other questions?
We're going to have to go down the whole of crash modification factor at some point, but we don't need to do it yet.
Yeah. I just would say that that's really what leads to the specific
Exactly.
savings of lives and reductions. Yes.
And we
so-
need to understand the correlation of
Very
those
much
two
so.
things, right?
Yes.
We don't need to do it yet, but let's put that on the,
Next-
put
next-
that on the
next
note, please.
discussion.
Somebody's taking notes here. Put that on the note that that's something we need to come back to.
I'll be here for you for that conversation too.
Thank you.
So, and speaking of CMFs, crash modification factors, going back to those changes that we do between every rounds, am I getting picked up on the mic? I never know where to put these things
You're
for
good.
how tall
You're
I am.
good.
Okay. So between rounds 3 and 4, we did two things. We changed the measure weightings from 50-50 to 70-30 because we were finding that the S2 measure, that per VMT rate, was benefiting extremely low volume roads. The second thing we did was change our crash modification factor implementation so that targeted improvements only applied to the crashes that they would improve. For example, if a project installed a lighting improvement, the only crashes that are going to get picked up in that from our historical set are crashes that happened in the dark. That way, you don't get a broad improvement on a facility and apply it to every crash that happened, even if it would be meaningless to that crash.
Good.
All right, now we're going to talk about accessibility, which is essentially just your increase to jobs and travel options. Between A1, A2, and A3, you'll see that we have a 60-20-20 split. A1, your 60% is your increase in access to jobs, and it's the change in average job accessibility within 45 minutes of the project area, 60 minutes for transit projects, and it basically assesses the average change in access to employment opportunities. A2 is...
And it holds all the other variables fixed.
Correct. Strictly access.
But what I mean by that is I can have a project that is going to take a few years to get done that will have a positive impact. And in the meantime, I can have more of a negative impact from other variables that have nothing to do with this particular project, and I actually end up worse than I started, but it would have been worse than that if I hadn't done it. And so what I'm asking is that in the scoring, do we hold those other variables fixed so that we can just look at the impact of this project, not the result after 3 years?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary,
Ms. Hines.
I think maybe I'm going to ask the same question, but a different way because I didn't quite get your question. So maybe this is the same thing, but maybe not. When we're looking at job accessibility within 45 minutes, are we looking at today or are we looking at further out for what jobs are available?
That is a very good question.
And when we talk about jobs, are we really just talking about range? Are we really just talking about range, or are we just talking about, like, let's pretend if you go west, there are no jobs, none, right?
I didn't want to say it extemporaneously.
What's, like, if there's more jobs or less jobs within 45 minutes or 60 minutes, where's the number of jobs get in here? Is it just range? Like if I drew a circle around this point and I said, within this point, there's 100,000 jobs, right? And if I fix this road, now I can get 3 miles further in 45 minutes, and I draw that circle. And in that circle, there's 130,000 jobs. So I got the difference between 100 and 130. I got 30,000 more jobs that I can access. Is that how it works?
I'm going to answer those questions in order. So 10 years into the future.
10 years
That's
into the
where we
future.
project the growth.
Okay.
And yes.
Perfect. That's the way it ought to work. Mr. Coleman.
On A1, if we have a locality that has a vision that by a certain date, that people are going to be working from home, that accommodates this 45-minute accessibility scoring criteria, is there any way of separating people that have a vision that's not in tune with reality of today?
I'm not sure that's in here, Wayne. I'm not sure that issue is captured in this factor, but I mean, I know your question is coming from, and it's a good question. I think something you said, though, made a tweak in my brain, which, and I don't think we're going to end up like this in terms of remote work. I don't think it's going to get more and more and more and continue more and more and more? I don't think so. But let's just pretend it did.
Go ahead and talk about it.
This measure sort of gets hard to, you know?
I think that's a valid question. I think that if that is the evolution of the Virginia workforce,
Let me jump in. I think it's okay, meaning, like, let's just pretend half the jobs went remote. And we forecasted that, and we could see it. And we could see the change in the commuting patterns and the need for roads and so forth. And we just factored all that in, right? Okay, well, there's still a number of fixed jobs around here that you can go to. You got to get in your car to go to, or get on your bike, or walk, or get in the bus or train or whatever it is. And those are here. And this factor should say, can I get there or not, right? And how many of those are there? I think it still works. But it's,
I do think you're right, Mr. Secretary, that if that were to happen, we would see a drop in congestion. So congestion begins to be our leading indicator, if you will, about commuting patterns. And that's the point I want to make about accessibility is this is about commuting to work. That's what this factor is. It's not about any other kinds of travel.
yeah, it's jobs, jobs, jobs,
It's
right?
jobs, jobs, jobs. So just keep, because accessibility, as Jonathan noted, these things made up the word scale. Accessibility can mean a lot of other things. This is about going to work.
And that's why it's an interesting as the dynamic starts to
Right,
change.
but if the number of jobs is decreasing, if we're still doing it against a 10-year vision,
Yeah.
it's
I think it's
still
fine. I think it's okay.
relative, right?
When we get into a little bit of the minutia of this and adding more detail and more complexity, just something to keep in mind that a lot of this conversation does drive our improvements, but we're trying to push away from being more complex, more complex. That has been a complaint that we have gotten. And getting into a very specific detail and hanging on to it can continually make it a bigger and bigger jet engine. So just keep that as a sounding force as we're talking through ideas and not minimizing ideas, just thinking that some of these minutia can take away from the bigger picture.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Kaspowitz.
So,
Thank
Brooke,
you, Mr. Kaspowitz.
as I look at this in context, Mary's point that this is jobs related, there have been changes. I mean, clearly, we're not working the way we did 10 years ago, and we've changed the congestion factors substantially in that time. Should we be considering changes in the weighting in A1, 2, and 3, and perhaps emphasizing more A3 and less A1? Is this a time to consider that?
This is absolutely the time to consider it. And when we talk about weightings this afternoon, we can start breaking into that a little bit more. I don't go into the detail of measure weighting, but we absolutely can. So I think it's a good time to start thinking about what you want me to bring back when you get into the measure breakdowns.
Yeah, but don't,
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
After I just said, let's be higher up.
one at a time, one at a time. All right, Jonathan.
All right, thank you,
A2.
everybody. A2 is basically A1, but we use census data to target specifically disadvantaged populations, the elderly, the impoverished, English as a second language, where we know there's high percentages of the disabled population, people for whom, accessibility is slightly more critically important, perhaps. And then A3 is our assessment of the project support for connection between modes of travel and promote. Yes, sir.
So, Jonathan, does A2 rely on pockets of people that are disadvantaged? If you had a fully normalized distribution of people, you couldn't do that,
Correct.
right?
That is correct.
So it requires pockets.
I don't know that I would.
Well, if you did a heat map
Yes.
and it was equally distributed,
Right. Correct. Yeah.
so you gotta have a heat map that has heat. It's got globs of things together so that you can grab them and say, oh, yeah, that's where it is, and that's where they need to get to, right?
Yes. And this data comes at us from the reason I kind of shied away from the term pockets is because this data comes at a census tract level, so it gets very granular. But yes,
So you got to have a
owns-
census tract that gives enough of that you can grab it and make something of it, right?
Correct. If this was normally distributed, everybody would get the same A2 score.
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly. Okay.
Absolutely correct.
Thank you.
And A3, another 20% for the assessment of the project support for connections between modes and promotion of what we're calling multiple transportation choices. So, these have to have some sort of multimodal improvement to get points here. Multimodal can be bike facilities, pedestrian facilities, transit facilities. It can even actually include reduction in delay on a transit corridor, and you can get A3 points that way.
I have a question.
Yes.
Ms. Sellers?
On A2, are we doing A2 because there's different pockets of money available to support disadvantaged? Like Medicaid, Medicare will sometimes pay for
No.
different transit options. We haven't done that?
I don't think that's why A2 exists. It's not why A2 is there.
So it's more of it's a,
A policy decision.
have we thought of looking at or advocating for some of that stuff? I don't know. 'Cause
It's
those-
on the board. The previous
There's no money
decision
on
was
trying
to give points to disadvantaged populations. That simple.
I was going to
Mr.
say,
Burrell.
in terms of funding, there's very little transportation funding for Medicaid. Quite frankly, we receive transportation funding out of USDOT that supports transportation for seniors, individuals living with disabilities, that supports those programs quite a bit.
But there's not a nexus between A2 and the money.
It's a very interesting metric here, and it could begin to depending on what it looks like, you could build an argument to go to probably the feds and ask and show that you're doing this. It's already being tracked, and start to ask for money to support that if you're doing it. Just a thought. Other states do it, but okay.
I will say that I will answer any and all questions. That sounds like a plausible idea, but I am not a money person. I am a mere engineer.
All right, let's keep going.
All right, and so another one for the.
So let's drill on A3 just a little bit more. Let's go back. So give an example of a good A3 scenario.
Everybody look at your scorecard.
Talk through an example.
Don't look
meaning-
at your score. No. Yeah, actually, the scorecard is a very good example. I don't know if I would say this is a good A3 or a bad A3 scenario, but it is a workable one. So, like I said before, this is 9443 in Lynchburg District. It's in the city of Danville. It is having several multimodal improvements. They're adding crosswalks. They're adding sidewalks. They are reducing delay on a transit corridor, and they are putting in bus stops. So what you see on your C1 is your increase in throughput. Typically, as we discussed earlier, that comes from your increase in non-single occupancy vehicle users. That number.
If you're not congested. If you're not congested.
If you're not over capacity.
Fair enough.
If that is the case, if this number is all of your non-single occupancy vehicle travelers projected for this project, what you do then to get your A3 score is take that number and multiply it by a summation of available scaling points. I'm not going to get super detailed. I will just say that.
Yeah, I'm looking
Okay.
for, so the concept is, we got this project, and we're trying to increase connection between modes, okay? So I add a sidewalk or a crosswalk or a bus stop. So take me through the thought process of what the benefit that's driving through here that's been captured. Like, okay, so So I got a road.
Yes.
I put in a crosswalk.
Yes.
Just do one thing, one crosswalk.
Put in a crosswalk.
Is that an A3 score?
It will get an A3 score
Okay.
if we project that there will be pedestrian usage.
For commuting.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Or commuting?
For commuting. This is job-based.
Yes, this is your accessibility score.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, since you've opened this up, and I know we'll be discussing this afternoon, but the allocation of percentages is also, I think, somewhat dated, and based on the fact that 10 years ago, our driving focus was congestion. And so the 60%, that was a direct correlation to reducing congestion. Let's increase that circle, if you will, as you so aptly described it. I think we're in a position now, we need to assess the level of congestion and determine whether we want to make changes, especially in A2 and A3. So,
Let me give you an example. Let's pretend on that sidewalk, on that crosswalk I'm talking about. So I got a road and I got a crosswalk there, and I don't have one there, and I got one over there. All right, so I decided to put one in Mr. Yates's street, right? And I got people crossing already in Mr. Stantz Street, right? What if the total people crossing doesn't change? Do I get a score? No, but I'm just looking at this one crosswalk. And this one crosswalk is at 0, and I put it in and 100 people use it. But 50 come from Mr. Stantz crosswalk, and 50 come from Mr. Yates's crosswalk, and they come here now because it's a little bit more convenient, right? No total change in person put, just in a different place. Does that drive an accessibility score?
I was assuming an increase in non-single occupancy vehicle users from earlier, but if you are literally saying, all we are doing is putting in a crosswalk, I don't think you will have an increase in those users.
Let me be clear.
Now, if you're putting in a sidewalk.
I got users there, and I got users there, and all I'm doing is diverting some of them to here. So if I look at here, right now it's 0, and I get 100. I have a increase from 0 to 100. I've got an increase. I'm getting some points there. But I took my increase from him, and they're down. They're down 50 each. I'm up 100.
That's not how, that would be a level of modeling calculation that we could not capture. But if you're asking in our
What I'm really trying to ask, Jonathan, is do we just look at that singular thing we're doing as we generate the score of non-single occupancy users, or do we look at a system or a place?
We look at a project level. So if the
That's my problem. So if the project is specific to that,
yes,
if the project is put a crosswalk, that's all it is, right here, right?
yes,
And listen, I'm not suggesting this happens. I'm trying to understand how these things connect.
sure.
So if I'm doing just this, and all I'm looking at is the other boundaries. These are the geographic boundaries of what I'm looking at. This is the project, crosswalk. Doesn't see his, it's just right here.
Again, I don't want to get too technically detailed, but a crosswalk by itself would not generate single occupancy vehicle users.
Non-single occupancy.
Non-single occupancy vehicle
Why not?
users. Because the crosswalk is not. Again, I'm trying to answer this non-technically.
Well, you said there were crosswalks involved, so I just picked one of them and
Well,
said
there's also sidewalks involved.
Okay, well, pick a sidewalk. Put one on the other side of the street, and people now don't cross the street to walk on the sidewalk. They walk on theirs, and it's the same number of people. It was 100 before. 50 of the people now walk on the other side. It's 50 on that side. It's 50 on this side. I got the same people working. It's just a little bit more convenient for them. Does it drive accessibility score for A3? And the answer is I think it does, And if it doesn't, I'm good. If it does, then I want to, how do you get that out? Because where you draw your project boundary, then you don't see outside of that when you do your scoring. So my project boundary is just this sidewalk, and that's it. Doesn't look across the street to the other sidewalk, because that's not in the project. Then I'm going to get a score, because it's going to say, you're going to get 50 people. Well, it didn't say it's taking the 50 people from over here and moving them over here. They don't lose anything, per se, in the big scoring system, because they're not looking for anything. And so I don't get any real, I get a little teeny tiny benefit that I don't have to walk across the street, but that's the only benefit I get. Right? So put that aside and keep going.
Yeah, and I know this has been said, but it's absolutely, any of these measures is new users, change in users. I get your point of what you're saying. Granularly in that weeds, it is that, but you do, the main component in this project example is a new sidewalk that is bringing folks to the area on the sidewalk would be the bigger component.
Yeah,
of
I
this.
guess what I would say is if we could get there, and we're back into that thing I warned myself about doing. I'll give you an example. We're dealing with a rule at the FAA right now with the Congress and the FAA that is looking at some rules that we have that govern the two airports in Northern Virginia, Dulles and Reagan. And there's some restrictions on flights and how far they can go, and it's called slot and perimeter rules, and I won't go into all the details. But the point is, in Virginia, and we operate these airports, the federal government actually owns the land, but we operate the airports. We don't operate them in competition with one another. We operate them as a system. Okay, it's a government. We're operating as a system to serve the Commonwealth's folks. And we don't let the slot and perimeter rules don't let the free market fully work. Well, this is not a free market situation with these two airports. It's basically a sort of a monopolistic thing, and they're government owned and controlled. And we want the system to work for everybody. So we don't want this one to be really good and this one to be like not so good. We want them both to be pretty good and to work together. And so my analogy was, if we looked at the town as opposed to that sidewalk on that side of the street, and we looked at the whole town and said, does that get us more or less? Then okay, because my project area is now big enough that I capture the negatives with the positives. But if I just look very narrow, I can be robbing my positives from someplace else because I'm a better answer, and yet not get a lot of benefit, but it would score well. And that's what I was seeing and worrying about.
So I would say two things. One, system-wide improvements are very hard to capture with the amount of time that SmartScale is allotted to run. If we had more resources, we could absolutely do what you're suggesting. The second thing I'm saying, I would suggest, is that, to use the phrase, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? You're saying you're taking these pedestrians from over here and you're bringing them over there. What I would say is that because this is an increase in accessibility, if those people are coming here, that's because they always wanted to be here, but they couldn't because they had to go over here. Like if you're trying to walk to a job and you come to a fork in the road, well, your job is straight, but the only thing you have available to you is like a little worn down path on the side of the street. But if I go over here, there's a sidewalk, I'll go over here, walk up the sidewalk, and then cross over later for my job. This would be improving accessibility to the jobs on this project area.
We'll have a lunch one day, and we'll
I will happily
we'll drive it down into the dirt.
I will happily eat lunch with you and talk about accessibility.
But I'm deep in the weeds. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's go.
Yes. A different perspective on this, and again, one based on having been through 5 rounds of SmartScale. This will probably be my last opportunity to sit through a session where we're talking about making modifications. We had this discussion the first round of SmartScale. Our assumption was that this first factor should be weighted at 60% because, I mentioned, congestion seemed to be the overriding concern. And I'm going to direct this comment to Mr. Lawson. the information that we have at this point, or the information that we have at this point that would give us some indication of whether we're making progress on this from the VTrans reporting metrics would be extraordinarily beneficial. So I would suggest that the next time this group
On
sits down-
concession? I mean, on congestion or on
on any
access?
of these categories. So we should be able to measure our change in average accessibility statewide and use that as a guide to whether or not we want to change the weighting in that category. Are we advancing on the problem? Is it getting worse? Is it getting better? If it's getting better, maybe we want to reallocate to A2 and A3. Having information at this point would be extraordinarily beneficial in making that change if we do, and I think it would really benefit future boards. We talked at length in the VTrans discussion about having measurable metrics that help us quantify and understand where we're making progress and where we need to continue to focus our efforts to make progress. This is a great example of that. So,
Mr.
I
Casper,
just-
are you saying, let me make sure I'm clear, these are all measurable by definition, we're measuring them, right?
They're measurable
What-
statewide.
They're measurable by any scorecard, any place, we measure them, right? Any project.
Not on an individual project basis, but on a broad scope.
But if you add all the individual projects up, that would get you the answer, right?
Not
The question is, I think what I'm going to, and bear with me, is it's one thing to say this is what we're going to get. It's a totally different thing to say this is what we did get.
Maybe
Is that
I've-
what you're saying?
No, maybe I've not
Okay.
stated this clearly. There is, and there was when we started Smart Scale, if we attempted to calculate it, a percentage of the population that could get to their jobs within 45 minutes. Maybe it was 50%. Today, it could be 60 or 70% because of changes that we've made in 5 rounds of Smart Scale. We've mitigated congestion, we've added capacity, we've created modal connections, we've created modal diversity. When
I think I
this
said the same thing.
When this group sits down again to have this discussion, it would really help to inform the process if the VTrans information that we get tells us what the metrics are for those improvements or where they've changed fundamentally.
I think it's project by, I mean,
Not project by project, on a macro level around the Commonwealth.
but you got to add something together to get to the macro level. I mean, you got to measure something.
well, but
And
it
the
may
measurement is in the units.
I
And you
would
add the
suggest
units
it
together.
may not be project-based, sir. It may be, a regional calculation that comes from a different calculation. All I'm suggesting is that making these decisions somewhat in the blind, without having that data, it's limiting. And again, future boards sitting down to have these discussions, I think, would benefit from having quantifiable data on how are we progressing on this issue, A1, A2, and A3.
Scott, Ms. Casperson. I don't know of a reasonable process that we could institute in any kind of small time frame, but maybe my staff can correct me, that would go back and say, okay, just look statewide or region-wide or district-wide or topology-wide, where are we now versus where were we? I'm not
I'm
sure.
not suggesting that,
Let me
sir.
finish. What I want to do is when I fund a project and I say it's going to get X, it's going to give me congestion reduction, it's going to give me accessibility, it's going to give me land use, it's going to give me safety, it's going to give me whatever I'm going to get. I got a budget, I got a forecast, and I'm scoring it based on the forecast. And then I do the project. Now I got reality, right? I got an answer. Did I get what I thought I was going to get or not? And if I didn't, why didn't I get that? And if I add all those things together that I got, and I add them all up, statewide, region-wide, district-wide, topology-wide, I don't care what you do, that should inform me whether I got what I contracted for.
On that project.
No, I add all the projects together. This one reduced congestion by this reduced congestion by that, congestion by that.
It's still a subset of the real world, sir.
Yes, and I'm adding them all together because this project did this much, this project did that much, this project did that much. They all had their individual impacts. Now, am I better off than I was because other things happened out of my control? Maybe, maybe not.
Mr.
But did these
Secretary?
projects deliver what I funded them to deliver?
Mr.
And we
Secretary?
don't do that very well.
We don't,
No,
Might be
Mr.
good at all.
Secretary, if I might add, so I think there's something here that actually is really important. which is, we project benefit, and we project it in the
And cost.
in the micro, benefit at a cost. We project it in the micro. But the point of Smart Scale, the point of all of our investments in the transportation network is to do a couple of things really well. And I would argue that most of it's about, are we moving more people more efficiently with less congestion as the key question here in all of the allocations that we make. I mean, we worry about maintenance and we worry about some other things, but in this forward-looking investment. So we don't have a baseline for that question today.
We don't have a baseline.
We don't
The
have
question
a
is what?
baseline for the question of how efficiently are we moving people today. We don't necessarily have a baseline. We fund these projects in our four main we got corridors of statewide success.
Can you help me understand why you don't think we have a baseline?
Well, there's not a number that I know that says, on average, in urban development areas, this percentage of people have access to jobs within 45 to 60 minutes, depending on their mode choice. Just a reality. Here's what the baseline is today.
We have to have a baseline to measure against to get a score. By definition, we have a baseline.
Well, so
we
maybe
started here and we measure the difference and
for
say,
this project, but I'm talking about, as I think Scott was, but we're
Statewide.
using different words.
Statewide.
Because the conditions are very different. And here's the twist I want to add to this. You got 3 regions plus the 81 corridor where you have other things happening that are investments in these networks.
That's exactly what I said
Right.
earlier.
And
Other things are going on.
So if we want to know the answer to the question of, do Virginians have fewer impediments to moving on our transportation network efficiently? If we want to know that over a period of time, then it is, as you said, adding up what we did with Smart Scale.
But the other things that are happening while it's going on are influencing it, and that's your
Well,
point,
and I
think.
would say in Northern Virginia, where we're spending $300 million annually, that what MVTA is doing is actually more impactful in terms of congestion, access to jobs, and some of these things than the $150 million I got from Smart Scale for the next 2 years. And so
But I mean, I think that's a separate point.
no, I actually don't think it is, because the key question is, are we giving Virginians more access to an efficient network, regardless of who the heck's paying for it? But we are the people, we're the only people who can ask that question.
I think the question's a little different. Here's what I think the question is. I hear you. We do projects, project by project by project. We start with a baseline. We measure the difference. We score it. We normalize it against everybody else's, and we say, this is the best one, this is the second, this is the third. That's what we do. And they all start with baselines, all of them. We do that across the state. We did 230 of them last time, or whatever the number was, right? And those all should move the needle in the categories that they influence, right? And so the first thing we don't do very well is actually look at the specific projects after they're completed and say, in my opinion, we don't. Did that move the needle, right? So that's a project-specific thing. Now you got a different question. We got this big Smart Scale program. Here's our whole program, right? And we're trying to address these big V-Trans concerns with this whole program. And yeah, that one did it, and that one did it, and all together, they were positive. But are we better off now, or are we worse off now? Because other things are happening, to your point, outside of this. And so are we making progress as a Commonwealth to those goals? Well, we know we're better towards those goals than we would have been if we hadn't have done these, but we may not be better than we were because other things are happening. And so are we really making progress or not? We know if we measure these and they deliver what they said they delivered, that they were good and they were good investments. But if we add all those investments up, is that bringing us forward, or is time overtaking us and other factors are overtaking us, and this is not enough? It's getting worse. I think that's what you and Mr. Kaspowicz
I'd like
are
to
asking.
actually direct the
And I think
question to
and I think it's a great question. I don't know how to get there with that finite and quickly, but
I'd like to
but
direct
it's
the
a
question to
reasonable.
Brooke. Is Brooke still in the room?
She
She's
left.
over there.
She was hiding.
She's
went
sick.
home.
She went home sick.
So, Brooke, the question is, when I raised the issue of a potential adjustment to these categories, your facial expression indicated that was something that was of interest to you. Do you have, or is there a source of objective data to help make the decisions on how those weighting categories could or should be changed? Objective data statewide, and I'd say comparative objective data that we're actually improving, staying steady, or decreasing our effectiveness in those areas.
That's something we would have to think on for a little bit. To
So we
give
don't,
you,
I guess, is the
to-
answer.
I'm not 100% sure. You know, our team does not lead the accessibility measure calculation. We help guide a lot of these different measures. I would need to talk to our accessibility team on whether or not we could get a conglomerate of a statewide version of that and how much effort it would take. There's also an effort component, and there's
I
not a
understand.
lot of things that they can't do, but it's
I'm not
something that
suggesting
we
you
can.
should be the originator
We're
of that
going
data.
to noodle on. We got the question. We understand. We're going to noodle on it and try to come back. I mean, it's a
Bring
great
this
question.
back.
Well, and the
But I
attempt is
think
to
they're different
inform what we're
questions.
doing in V-Trans.
I think it's a great question. You know, it's like, okay, we got all this stuff going on. We've got a program and programs to address it. We can look at the individual impacts of all those things we did and that it moved the ball forward, but what else was going on and we gotten further behind than we were? I
Well,
think
that-
that's your question.
It's
And that's a reasonable
fundamentally my
place to
question.
be.
It's actually for this board, the future, in making these decisions.
But what it really doesn't go to whether, I think, it may not go to whether this is right or wrong, if you will. It may just go to, we don't have enough program to keep up with what's going on, and we're getting further behind. Not that this could be perfect, right? It could be perfect scoring. It could be perfect, whatever that means. And yet it's just not enough because other things are happening that outside of this that are making it worse while that's making it better.
Well, and maybe by shifting emphasis among these, shifting the
Perhaps.
percentage.
But I
I'm-
said even if it's perfect,
Right, right.
whatever that means to you, it's
But I'm-
perfect to you, we could still be getting behind.
Oh, sure.
And that was what your question might
I'm saying,
address.
I'd like to know, and I'd like this board in the future to be able to say, you know, we started this process in round 5, and we had 50% of our population could get to their jobs within 45 minutes. At round 7, that number had increased to 70% of our population. Maybe that's because of job mode shift. That might prompt them to say, we should increase the weighting in A2 and A3 because we've been successful. We're moving in a positive direction with A1. And all I'm saying is hard objective data after 5 rounds is something we should start to expect and will benefit this discussion in speaking objectively rather than subjectively on these critical
We're
issues.
going to take a break, but let me
That's a good time for a break.
leave you with one last thought. I'm not sure, maybe you can help me, Jonathan, offline. I'm not sure how to calculate across the Commonwealth what the average job accessibility is for every person. I don't know. I'm not sure how to get there. I know how to look at this project and define these people and draw a circle around it and say, that's 45 minutes, how many jobs are there? But when I do that, I'm not sure how to get there, so somebody's going to need to help me with that.
I'm sure there are those that do, sir.
That's an odd number.
We're taking a
I see
recess.
knowing shaking of the head in the
Recess.
audience here, so
Take a 10-minute break.
great time for a break.
All right, here we go.
Y'all hear me
Back in
okay?
session.
So did you guys solve the world's problems?
I think we have an understanding.
I'm glad they understand.
You can get it down in
Yes, sir.
All right, so
Let's
as
get
you
rolling.
all know, and as you are seeing, Smart Scale is an extremely complex process.
Come on.
And I wanted to take a second to go back, the accessibility question of can we measure the change in access to jobs over time? And Secretary Miller, to your point, we do establish a baseline each year or each round of Smart Scale. So we certainly can go and look since round one, how has job accessibility changed from the beginning of Smart Scale to today? And that would be fairly straightforward to do.
We'd love to see that information before we have a discussion about the relative weighting in this category.
Well,
Thank
it wouldn't
you.
be
Thank
just,
you.
it'd be every, you know, and we're not going to cherry pick categories here, I don't think. I think if we want to know how we're doing from round to round in all of our critical areas, we ought to know how we're doing in all our critical areas, not A3. Who cares? I don't care about A3, I care about the whole thing.
I agree.
Yes, and Margie Ray and her team have been digging deep into this over the last year, and we'll be presenting to the board some before and after so that we're always, you know, trying to improve and compare our methods and our estimations accurate.
And with that, we're going to move forward to the next measure, which is economic development. So economic development is our attempt to capture how much the project supports economic development and improves the movement of goods, mostly freight. We've got three. We got a 60-20-20 split again between square feet of commercial development supported, tons of goods impacted, and improvement to travel time reliability. The first one is, other than the application as a whole, the most applicant-intensive part of the Smart Scale process. It absolutely requires the applicant to participate. They have to go into their project area in our Smart Portal and select the parcels that they want to claim as part of their application. We do allow for discretion if an applicant knows that a business is in negotiations to come to their locality, but they're not quite ready to go public with that. We do accept that internally, and then when we have to be public facing, you know, they are aware that that will be public. That's ED1. ED2 is the increase in access to your intermodal locations, freight movement, and freight intensive industries. Basically, we capture freight depots, anything on a freight line, proximity to intermodal locations, and combine that with tonnage moved.
Mr. Secretary?
Okay.
Ms. Hines?
I have the same question about this one. Is it today, or is it some period of years out into the future for ED1?
ED1 is today.
ED1 is today.
ED1 is today.
Okay. And the locality has to demonstrate either in hand or nearly in hand.
Correct.
And as you recall, we talked about, yesterday, we talked about building square footage as a sort of an issue for us. And we'll see that later.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the best indicator, but.
All right. And finally, we have ED3, which is your improvement in travel time reliability that we assume this project is going to provide. The reason travel time reliability is here is because improving the reliability, what we hope retains businesses and will increase economic activity.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
In following on the other question, is it an existing business that is going to grow or a new business that's going to grow? And then we talk about building square footage. Is it busted down to, following the Secretary's comments, is it industrial, is it commercial, is it a certain type of commercial
square
versus
footage.
another? Because the manual breaks all these things out really well for us.
Sure. In terms of does any type of use get more points than any other type? In a broad sense, no. The only thing that we do not allow for is residential or no zoning.
Where I'm headed, you're a hospital, you're going to double the size on the property or
We do allow
adjacent
for expansion.
property. That'll count?
Come on up.
Yeah, so all of this would be new development. So existing developments don't get credit, but let's say you have a hospital that's planning to double its footprint. They would have a conceptual or submitted site plan to the county. The county would be able to, or the county or city would be able to upload that and would be able to take credit for that expanded footprint. And the reason we did square footage is as you know, estimating the number of jobs that's going to be created at a particular site varies wildly. I've seen examples where, we're going to have 10,000 employees and then it falls through or you only end up getting 500. So the thought was square footage is on the actual site plan, and there is a correlation between the size of the building and the number of employees that would be in that building. So certainly there's room
I
to
might
potentially-
disagree with you there, but
that would be, so
correlation is
it's
not-
not existing development and it's not residential, so it has to be commercial, industrial, or mixed use.
Is that somebody's filing a site plan, and the carrot is that we're going through a smart scale project, and 5 to 7 years from now, they're going to have that road improvement that'll marry up with that site plan or work with that site plan?
That is a valid criticism that has come up.
well, I mean, it's not, it's just, that's how long it takes, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would view it, they're not especially harmonious, and I'm not sure, to use your words, if we're trying to incent something, I'm not sure that's going to get it.
We're not incenting, I guess you're right. Let me say it differently. We're looking at a project that somebody submitted that's going to give us economic development benefits. And we're trying to measure those benefits and put them into our system. And so whether we correlate square footage to jobs, I mean, obviously square footage has some impact on the economy because you pay, value of the building, land, whatever. But the jobs are where it's really at, so we like jobs better than we like square footage. But if that project is going to get economic development credits because it's going to expand an existing business or bring a new one there, the fact that it takes 5 years to get the road there, I'm not sure how it obviates the benefit that comes when it's there, and so I wasn't sure what you were saying.
No, and I guess where I'm headed with this is I think we ought to look at existing business, because I do think an existing business in a world where we're competitive with other plants all over the country producing the same product, just to pick on industry, if we could tell them that we're going to be doing improvements to make their situation better, I think we may do some real good in terms of retaining them and maybe cause them to expand as well in that location.
Who's not you use the hospital as an eligible? What would be an ineligible?
Ineligible would be subdivision. So just a strictly residential development would not be eligible, but any retail,
But you said
industrial.
existing. I was getting at the term existing versus new. I'm not sure exactly.
So say
where
you
that-
have an existing mall that's 1 million square feet. That would not count. They would not be able to submit that.
You
But
mean-
if that
you mean
mall were planning to expand and add another 500,000 square feet, then
Concern.
they would be able to submit.
So if they're doing a renovation in the mall.
Exactly.
And it's a $50 million renovation, it's going to retain businesses and da-da-da-da-da-da. The road's the road. I mean, remember, we're all coming back to building a road that's going to somehow.
My suggestion would be that we count and include that existing mall, and the argument would be that if we don't, they may shut it down and move it to some other location, unfortunately out of state. And we ought to look at it not just with what's coming downstream, but what's there and how can we relieve and continue economic development in this category.
Yeah, I think the disconnect that I'm having is that if I got a mall and I'm renovating the inside and I got a road that's servicing it that's sufficient, and they renovate the mall, okay, and I want to put a road in that's already okay, I want to make an improvement, I don't need the improvement to get the benefit, doesn't help anybody, why do I get?
Well, I think the balance, because this is a factor area that we've sort of struggled with from round one, but I think the thought is, there's two different extremes that you can look at scoring economic development. Let's look at where we already have economic development, which is going to tend to be around your urbanized areas. Or let's look at aspirational hopes and dreams of where we want to be in 10 years, which can sometimes be unrealistic. And what we tried to do was balance it somewhere in the middle, where if you've got conceptual and detailed site plans being submitted, you're going to get some credit. So it is somewhat forward-looking at the development that's coming, but at the same time, there's so much correlation between where you've got existing economic development and where you've got congestion and where you've got accessibility and land use. So the thought here was to try to balance things as best we can between the rural and urban areas from an economic development standpoint.
Let me see one last thing, we're gonna move on. We'll put this as one of those ones we wanna grapple with a little bit. I'm trying to wrap my brain around, if I put in a road, I got to give credit to every business and every employee that's there because they might leave if I don't put the road in. I think we would chase that forever. I don't know how you parse that. When I'm doing a road that creates an opportunity for additional employees and people in economic development and growth, it's a lot easier to forecast that than it is to say that if I don't do this road, then Joe's Barbershop is going to move or Plant X is going to move. I mean, I understand the concept, but I'm not sure.
There are scenarios where there are roads that aren't working.
Yeah.
And they're not able to move their trucks in and out, their people in and out, and they're going to leave. And they're existing taxpayers.
And if you know all that and that's a fact, then that's...
Thank you. And
obvious.
I think
Yeah.
That's something that
Absolutely.
can be easily demonstrated. And unfortunately, this doesn't capture that.
That should come out in congestion, though.
It should.
It should.
It should.
It should have a high congestion score if it's highly congested.
But I think it also bleeds over into economic development, because instead of looking at a possible future dollar in tax revenue, these are real tax
Well,
revenue.
I think everything bleeds over to it, Mr.
Okay.
Lawson. I mean, I agree with you. I just don't know where to
Thank you.
cut them.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir, Dr. Smoot.
correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there is pending in the yet-to-be-adopted state budget a particular financing program related to infrastructure for economic development. Is that
Yes, sir, there is.
So to the extent that may become practice, we just need to take that into consideration, I believe, for this whole economic development part of the equation. It may impact it, it may not, but we need to be alert to what may transpire there.
Sure, Ms. Casper.
This is a question for Chad. Chad, and this has always been a challenging category, but planned building square footage, did we not modify that to be more specific, and it was actually site plan approved or entitled properties rather than just master plan square footage? Is that?
Yeah, so it's the method sort of takes into account the ripeness of the development. So if it's just zoned, you get much less credit for the square footage.
So it's a scale.
As opposed to, say, a detailed site plan that's approved by the locality. So the further along you are in the development process, the more weight your square footage gets.
Mr. Chairman, site plan's too late in some of these cases, where a reclassification, when they come in to rezone the property, could be very specific, especially in economic development. When they come for that rezoning, a lot of times they are already projecting and proffering out. They're proffering square footage, they're proffering infrastructure upgrades. And so my concern is if we're trying to go 5 to 10 years out, site plan is way too late. By that point, they're already going for permits. They're working on permits, they've secured funding. And so if the idea is to support future growth, we need to get ahead of it at the reclassification.
Yeah, and I would say the economic development measure is less to support, like you said, if you've already got a detailed approved site plan, that economic development is not dependent on the project that's being proposed. It was already going to come. But
Not necessarily.
Not
They do have
necessarily.
spec
We would still
projects.
support it in the future,
Oh, let's do
certainly.
this. Let's
But
do
it's
this.
meant to support the economic activity that's occurring in and around the project, of which the site plans are an indicator.
So one thing we're doing that you should be aware of, and we're going to, this will come into the process, and Mr. Dryling's here from VEDP in the audience today, is we're working really closely with VEDP and Commerce and Trade to make sure we try to get this right, okay, from their perspective. And then we get to make our own decision, but they're going to inform us. We're having a lot of discussions about how to get this piece right so that we get to the, we really get what we're hoping to get out of it. And so that'll help inform us as we go through. We don't have all the answers yet, but we're working that.
Can I add one more point with the
Sure.
residential? A lot of times the residential localities don't always like residential, but the residential is where we can say you need to have the infrastructure in place by occupancy permit, and that's where you get the majority of your infrastructure proffers, transportation impact fees. Those are typically attached, at least in this area, to residential. And so if you leave those out, I think you're missing a big piece. Now, residential is also important for attracting what people want, Trader Joe's, Wegmans. Those organizations look for the residential. So if we're just looking at industry, then that's one thing. But if we're talking about economic development in a much broader sense, I would throw out there to consider some of the residential aspects as well.
That's why we're laser focused on working with our experts in that field.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, Ms. Hines?
you do not have to get points in ED1 to get points in ED2 and ED3. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So again, maybe this is a place we want to shift percentages a little bit.
All right, let's keep going.
All right. So these slides are unfortunately out of order with what is on your scorecard, so I'm going to skip down to environment and then come back to land use. If that is okay with everybody? Any objections to that? None? All right.
Hey, we're not a democracy.
Okay. Well, is that okay with you?
It's fine.
All right. Thank you.
going.
I appreciate it.
the train.
I think the train is running me, actually, but that's also fine. It's the job. So the environmental, this is one where it's a little different. You'll see the breakout is different than the other measure areas you're going to look at. 100% of the weighted points, which is 10% for every of your typologies, goes to E1, which is the potential to improve air quality. It's based on potential benefits from non-single occupancy vehicles, users, and reduced delay for freight movement. Now, E2 is subtractive, so it's 0%, but you can lose up to 5 points on the total application based on the impact to potential sensitive acreage, considered wetlands, Civil War battlefields, historic monuments, etc. This is the only measure we have that you have a negative value for, and those are the measures. So, any questions on either of those?
Go on.
Sir.
Oh,
That's
Mr. Stamp.
that's the only factor that can have a negative score.
That's the only one we have.
So for instance, if a bike ped is going to use a lane of traffic, a so-called road diet, to make possible the bike path, we don't have a negative score if that's going to increase congestion.
Well, if you measured the congestion, in theory, that bike project, that road diet project, has a congestion score, right? A congestion mitigation score. It won't have a negative, but it won't get a lot of points. There's no negative.
Should it have a negative?
There is no negative except this one in the whole system.
I think that's something we might ought to consider.
Hey,
That ain't weeds. That's, I'm gonna really get in the weeds on the next one, so just be
okay.
prepared.
Just a little bit of context. When we were treating this as a benefit, because this is where you're looking at potential to impact the environment. or in earlier rounds when we were treating it as a benefit, and this happened in round one, we were getting projects were funded strictly because they weren't near anything. They weren't providing congestion or safety relief or accessibility. They just happened to not be near a wetland or a stream or a historic site. So this subtraction makes it more of a, you're subtracting from the other benefits if you're also doing some environmental harm. So that's just some of the context as to why it was designed the way it was designed.
I think that's great.
All right. And again, just a brief touch on some of the history of E, the environmental 5 rounds of improvement. But one of the last ones we did recently was the E2 measure used to apply a quarter-mile buffer to all project types, no matter what you were doing. So if you were working completely within the right-of-way or if you were building an entirely new cloverleaf interchange, you had a quarter-mile impact. So one of the things we did between rounds was switch it so that we have a tiered buffer system for E2 now, for expected harm ranging from about 30 feet for something that's expected to be small impact, maybe entirely within the right-of-way, up to a quarter mile for some of those larger projects.
So you just scaled it
Yes, correct.
to make it more accurate.
Yes, sir. All right. And now let's jump back to land use, where we will end the presentation. The intent here is to support transportation efficient land use patterns. You have two, they're 50-50 split between L1, which is technically your transportation efficient land development, and L2, which is the same thing except in the future. And it's calculated using the amount of population and what are known as places of interest currently located within 1 mile of the project area. The intent is to determine the degree to which the project area supports populations that on average have a reduced impact on the broader transportation network. L2 is the same thing. It just uses census and other data to forecast into the future. Our current horizon year is 2030. It's been that since round 1. We're looking to expand that to 2040 for the round 6. Are there any questions on L1 and L2? Looks like there are.
I do. I don't understand.
Hold on, sir. I'll call the question, people, okay?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Mr. Lawson.
You're right.
Thank
Mr. Secretary, thank you. So land use, I think of it more in terms of tied in with economic development and what's going to be on the property. But your definition of it is restricted to within a certain area, how many folks are going to start using things other than cars and trucks to get places? Is that the idea?
Yeah, so essentially for these two measures, you're looking at the population and employment density in and around the proposed improvement. And what is the walkability of those people that live in that area and work in that area to non-work destinations? So things like banks, schools, healthcare, parks, et cetera. Because research has shown that mixed-use developments and when you have people and employment co-located with different uses, there's less demand on the transportation system placed. So L1 is looking at the current day population and employment density and the walkability to non-work destinations in and around the proposed improvement. And L2 is looking at the anticipated growth over the next 10 years. So if you're in a high growth area, say in this area like Spotsylvania or Stafford, then L2 is where you would potentially see more points because that area is growing a lot quicker than the remainder of the state.
Yeah, maybe you could give an illustration of a really good, high-scoring land use project.
So if you're in an area where you've got population and employment density, you've got non-work destinations in and around, and you can get to those non-work destinations via transit, via walking. There are different ways to get to those. Then you would see a higher score than, say, if you're in an area that doesn't have population and employment density or doesn't have any destinations to go to. So it's essentially looking at the area in and around the proposed improvement.
So,
Mr. Secretary?
Hold on.
Mr. Secretary, I apologize.
Let me finish.
So what you're saying is then this would only apply if I'm developing a town center or on a greenfield site, or if I'm doing the new urbanism project, which is within a town or within a city.
It's really where you are.
That's it.
It's all where you are.
Yeah.
It's all where you
Well,
are.
no, it can't exist in a rural area, or you're not going to get any credit for this if you're in a more subdivision type area, or you're building a industrial park out in a greenfield somewhere.
I would say that in what we've seen in round 5 is even in small towns, when we expanded this metric to include areas types C and D, the more rural areas, the towns within those areas were getting a significant number of points from this particular measure because they had that sort of mixture of uses.
You already have the town.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr.
Ms.
It's
Hines.
weighted 10% in those
Ms.
areas.
Hines. And we have a bunch of projects that are land use only. That's all they get.
Right,
Puts
and
them over the edge.
I
Go ahead,
think
Ms. Hines.
that's a conversation, but Jonathan said at the very end of his explanation of this measure, he said something that I actually think is the most important. Why do we care about this? We care about this because it measures the capacity of people not to need to get in their car to do daily living activities. That's why we care about it. And we have said it reduces the drain, the degradation on our road network to have people be able to do daily living activities not in a car. So that's why this matters. And there's no question that in places like Arlington or places like downtown Fredericksburg, we already have the conditions that encourage people to have multiple choices and not to need their car. They still need their car, but they don't need it to do everything every day, like you might where Tom lives, you know? So the question is, are we measuring it in the right way, and are we forward-thinking enough? And but to say that we don't care whether or not the layered network is there to support those kinds of things in dense areas is to shoot ourselves in the foot, honestly, because there's no place to expand roads. If people don't have those choices, they're in their cars to run to the grocery store.
And Mr. Secretary, if I
Mr.
could.
Lawson.
If-
And then Mr.
I would
Casper.
suggest if we're going to do this, and I agree with you, I think it's a good idea, we, hand in hand, and more just a note for the future, we ought to work on our design standards, VDOT's design standards, to accommodate some innovative work because of limits to right-of-way and so on. And I would suggest we're slowly getting there, but we're not there, and we need to improve that to accommodate those plans and make them work.
Mr. Kaspers.
Mr. Secretary, again, from a perspective of one who started this process, I went back and looked at some of the notes that I had from the first discussions that we had on land use in particular. And it's a complex construct to get our arms around, and the implications of it, of course, as Mary has said, are extraordinarily important. I wrote this in the margin, and I copied it down, wanted to read it today because it helped me. Land use is about facilitating future growth identified by local governments that has a lower impact on the transportation network, reducing future congestion. So that's what I took from it, and that's what this is about. Things that we do in areas that are already developed with existing infrastructure are much less costly and much less impactful of the network than they are if we do it in greenfield locations. It was that simple. So that was from before round one.
Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, I certainly agree with others that land use is an important and worthy consideration. I do have some skepticism about the way we define it, or lack of definition of it. To pick on my own district for a minute, we had a project in this round, a street lighting project on a street that was already lit, by the way, that scored essentially 0 on everything but land use and went off the chart. I fail to recognize why
That's a
that
good thing.
project was so elevated by the consideration of land use when it scored essentially nothing otherwise.
Well, we'll get through some of those in detail. I mean, the land use thing is unusual in that it's just about where it is, right? If you're in a place currently located within a mile of the project area, amount of population, you're in. If you're in a dense area, you get the period, right? And there's some work to do here, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no question that in my mind, that it ought to be an important factor. The question is how you apply it. Ms. Sellers.
I think there's also an opportunity here to become more involved and engaged with local government sooner. Every one of these reclassifications has a transportation component to it. And if we figured out where things are going, and the market is consistent enough. We know where they want to put residential, especially the local governments. And with the port growing, we have an idea of where they want to put some of this industry. And so if we could get this, engage us more on our goals and use land use in coordination with economic development to actually have these discussions and plan out 10 years, we could begin to see this process work a lot more effectively. Maybe not efficiently, because land use is quite complicated, but we could begin to use proffers and transportation impact fees and smart scale and all these other programs and funding sources to create something that actually makes sense. My concern is with the definition, including things like walkable distance, we're going to limit ourselves. So I think you have to broaden it a little bit to allow something else that isn't just walkable, that isn't just recreational, but get much bigger.
Anybody else? Oh, excuse me, Ms. Stant.
I have serious issues with land use. Am I on?
You're on.
First off, land use is nowhere a term used in any statute, any regulation, anything. Land use is purely a concept or a placeholder, as I've been told, for what is required in a statute. Now, land use first appeared in 2014, and it was in an enabling legislation that referred to another part of the code. And that part of the code specifies what this board is to consider when it comes to land use. And I'm going to take 1 minute and read it to you, because this is what VDOT or OIP or whoever calls land use.
Fred, can you pull your mic
This
just a little closer?
This is the code.
This is the code. This is what this board is required to do when
It's just the code.
comes to land use. Statewide transportation plan shall include goals, objectives, etc. The plan shall include quantifiable measures and achievable goals relating but not limited to congestion reduction and safety, transit and high occupancy vehicle facility use, job to housing ratios, job and housing access to transit and pedestrian facilities, air quality, movement of freight by rail, and per capita vehicle miles traveled. That's what the code requires this board to consider when it comes to what VDOT or OIP, whoever, has now called land use. Now, you tell me
It's
how...
neither them, it's us, by the way. We call it that.
Okay, whatever.
We adopted that.
You adopt.
Not you, we.
What I'm asking is how does this particular methodology meet up with the statutory requirements? I hate to be a lawyer, but I don't like this methodology. I don't think it works. I don't have any problem with the goal that Ms. Hines and Mr. Kaspitz wanted to do. I think that's great. This ain't the way to get there. That's my
Ms.
opinion.
Coleman.
I think it's completely bogus, and I think the whole thing needs to be reworked according to this statute.
Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Stant just laid out pretty much what I was going to say, but I think all criteria needs to be measurable. And I think that too many projects are getting approved and potentially funded on the backs of assumptions and dreams, and that can't be verified. And I think all these criteria ought to be verifiable, if not up front. And I mean, you brought up a good point yesterday with congestion, and I think we're as a Commonwealth, we're losing projects because we aren't looking forward enough. We've got to look out, but I suppose it takes a leap of faith to a degree. But this land use is being manipulated to where too many projects are getting funded on the backs of land use with no scoring in any other category. And I think that's a flaw that needs to be corrected. And that's just one of 8 things that I have to talk about, but this is just coming up now with land use. But if we could adopt Mr. Castlewood's comments on round 1 or prior to round 1 as a definition, I understand what he said. I've read this thing, I've asked lawyers, I've asked some of the people on this board that are lawyers, and they can't explain it to me. So that, to me, needs to be corrected. It needs to be an understandable definition to begin with, and then it needs to be measurable. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary,
Boston.
if I could just interject for a quick moment. The purpose of what we're doing right now is to help you understand the current
What's there?
measure, how it works today. We have a separate topic. Land use is a whole separate topic later today. So I may suggest that we can move along and we can talk about this more in depth at that
Mr.
point.
Stant took us into the weeds, but we'll get back out. Let's move on. All right, let's go on, move on.
That really concludes my presentation. I appreciate the board's time today, and it's the
Ready to
last
smoke.
measure, you know? So I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you for your input.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your questions. That's how we get better. And it is my absolute pleasure to, if I may, introduce Ms. Kim Pryor.
Good morning.
Well, Ms.
My
Pryor,
slides
welcome.
will not be nearly that exciting, I apologize. But hang in there with me. I'm all that stands between you and a taco bar. So-
Will you pull your mic down just a little bit? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this slide lays out the funding steps. If you recall, when we presented the staff recommended scenario to you earlier this year, it's based on the board's policy that lays out these 3 steps that really just picks projects based on the amount of funding that's available and the calculated benefits and scores. So I won't read this to you because each step is detailed in the subsequent slides. So I'll just go to the next one. So in January, we present all of the scores for all of the projects that were scored for that round. Then we have an amount of funding that's available for district grant, which is unique to each district. And we have an amount of high priority funding that is allocated statewide. And so this is an example of a set of projects submitted in a sample district. And for step 1, we rank the projects by the SMART scale score. You can see there's a little line pointing to it there, the 3rd column from the right. And we fund the top scoring projects within each district with district grant funds until the remaining funds are insufficient to fund the next highest ranked project. So the column on the right shows the running balance of district grant funding for this particular district. You'll see we started out with $121.6 million. Kind of to the left, you see a column labeled DGP and HPP. That indicates what kind of funding the project is eligible for. Some projects are eligible for one or the other. Some projects are eligible for both. That's determined based on who submitted the project and what sort of need it's meeting. And so when we select the projects for funding in step 1, you can see the gray, lightly shaded gray projects are funded because they are eligible for district grant, all the way until we get down to the bottom one, where there's not enough funding left to fund the next ranked project. And you can see the arrows pointing to...
On line 12.
Yes. Oh, no, that
The line-
project is not funded. The projects on lines 2, 8, and 12
Right.
are not funded, even though their rank would indicate that they should be. They're not funded because they're not eligible for district grant because they were submitted by an MPO or a planning district commission, and they're not eligible to receive district grant funding. Does that make sense? Clear?
I was trying to find where you ran out. but-
Yeah. So then we go to step 2. Step 2 is looking within that same district. We're still in District A. Then we fund the top scoring projects within each district that would have otherwise been funded with district grant, but they weren't because they weren't eligible for high priority funds. So those projects I just identified on the previous slide. We fund those with high priority funds as long as this is where it gets complicated, as long as their smart scale cost does not exceed the amount of district grant funds that would have been available to fund them had they been eligible for district grant. So we recalculate that running total, taking into account the high priority projects we're picking up. So you can see we pick up lines 2 and 8 because based on their rank, they would have otherwise been eligible, but because they were submitted by an MPO and a PDC, they weren't. And then we get down to line 12, we would have picked that one up too because it was within that district, ranked above the lowest ranked district grant project, but we ran out of money and we couldn't afford it, so it doesn't get funded. Any questions about that one?
Yo, yes, sir, Ms. Stanton.
High priority HPP has different criteria for the use of those funds than just district grant program, correct?
Use your mic, Ms. Stanton. Can you use your mic?
I said,
High priority has different criteria than district grant. The answer is yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very different.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Ms. Hines.
So, Kim, across our 9 districts, how far into the MPO list you would go can vary
Correct.
by quite a bit.
Correct. So that's a great point. So we do this is District A. We do this for all 9 districts. So we chip away at what that starting balance is for high priority in step 2.
And I mean, some district with a small amount of money might have some good MPO projects that would score higher than these MPO projects, but because they had a small amount of money to begin with, those higher ranked smart scale score projects are not considered for HPP.
Correct. And it could also be the case that there are no projects selected in step 2 in a particular district because none of the MPO or PDC projects ranked high enough to have otherwise been funded by district grant. And in step 3, we resort the list statewide. Steps 1 and 2, we're looking just within a particular district. Step 3, we resort the list statewide based on the benefit score. You can see that labeled in the 4th column from the right. And so based on that, we go down the list and look for projects that haven't already been funded in step 1 or 2 that are eligible for high priority, and we fund them until we run out of money. So in this case, we picked up line 15 and line 19, and then we don't have enough money to fund the next high priority project, which would have been line 21. And then we're done with the staff recommended scenario.
And we're using the benefit score, different
step
from
3, yes, and
different
that's-
from steps 1 and 2.
Yes, and that's based on what the board policy is currently and how it's written in that 6-year program development policy.
Continue, please.
That's it. I might have lied.
We've
You
got
might
this
have to.
three-step sort of process that's a little bit cumbersome, a little bit hard to understand. And is that the right way or not? And so basically, the high priority projects were intended to be, I believe they were intended to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were intended to be larger projects with statewide impact, high priority, big impact projects. And we've sort of not always done that because of this system. So the question is, which we'll address later, do we keep this process this way, or do we change that step process into something else or not? So we'll get there. This is not, we're not there yet, but this is just again, John brought me back to reality, which he should have done earlier, which is we're not here to jump in deep into any of these. It's just, we're just telling you how it is now. Now we'll come back and say, all right, here's some of the issues, and we'll go deeper into those areas of land use and economic development and the scoring, in the step process, and sort of drill down in those. So I was getting a little ahead of myself. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Yes, sir. Mr. Folks.
Kim will go back to the previous slide.
Or pull your mic down.
On that, the 121, which is 121 million, is the DGB funds.
Yes.
How do we determine that district gets $121 million?
That's formula.
In the code sets out a formula for assigning the amount of district grant funds to each district based on VMT, population, et cetera. In addition, there is the supplemental district grant funds in 8 of the 9 districts that gets added to that formula distribution of district grant funds. And that total is the 121.
It's not policy.
Yeah, okay, we don't
code.
control that.
No.
All right, that's the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is kind of give you a summary of what we went over during the year, during the 5 CTB meetings, and talk about the process review that has taken place. So you just went over the history, the purpose, and the process. Now we're going to go over the review that we've conducted this year. Okay, so most of what, maybe all of what I'm presenting to you, you've seen already, but I'm going to try to summarize in a succinct way. That's my goal. So maybe I shouldn't have said that.
No questions.
So,
No questions till the end.
so just as a reminder, there are 2 teams working on this. There's an internal team and an external team. The internal team is led by OIP. External team is led by ATCS. Internal team is focused on reviewing and improving the current procedures and process. What ATCS team is looking at is we're doing an independent statistical analysis of all 5 rounds. We're also looking at the perceptions that kind of came out during the survey, right, that we did, extensive survey, and we are kind of proving is it true or not true. And that's what we've been providing that for you, okay? We are supported by a number of different stakeholder groups, including the Technical Advisory Committee, made up of all the different logos that you see. And also we added, per your request, Virginia Municipal League and Virginia Association of Counties and Virginia Transit Association. So it's a much more robust technical advisory committee that we meet with twice a month, just to vet the information that we are ultimately providing to you. We're also supported by the executive working group of the executives of those agencies, and of course, we come before you to give you an update on all the different things that we're doing. So again, as a reminder, we've been before you 5 different times so far, and you can see, I'm not going to read all the different things that we covered, but you can see each month what we've covered so far.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Coleman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Could you go back to the previous slide? ATCS, it has an error that goes to the technical advisory, but they don't seem to be involved unless I'm missing something in the technical advisory part of this. So they really don't get involved in that, only OIP?
No, we, both internal and external team work with the Technical Advisory Committee to go over our findings.
I just didn't see them listed, I'm sorry, in the.
Oh, I see what you're saying, within the box of
Right.
TAC, yeah. No, we're not part of TAC, but we are advising and we get input from the Technical Advisory Committee. Yeah, thank you for that. So this is the briefings to date, and you know, as you know, we've had the one-on-one meetings with each of you. We've had great feedback from each of the CTB meetings we've had, as well as just you know, comments and so forth. So what we try to do here is capture the comments that we receive from you all. okay? And we may not have captured every detail of it, but want to capture some of the high-level stuff here. Again, don't want to read everything, but I think there's some really important items that you asked us to look at. So first, overarching comments, process seems to be transparent, but this is still very difficult to understand, right? So a great example in one of our meetings was you said this is like a jet engine. You can see through it. You can make it see through so you can see all the components of a jet engine, but it's still darn complicated, right? And that's kind of the example that you use to show that process and all the things that we're doing can be complicated. The second item, the process works, smart scale process works, but let's look for an opportunity to be forward thinking. And I think we've captured that in some of the things that we're going to present later. And I think this point was made over and over again, and I think it's bearing out to be true, and that is applicants are focused on projects that will be selected, not necessarily focused on adding value with the project. So they know how this process works, people figured it out, and they're putting projects in that has a highest probability of being selected, all right? Some of the other points, favoritism towards smaller projects perhaps, land use weighting is too high. We had extensive discussion already on that. And I think we've captured hopefully most of the comments that you made. And if there are any comments that we didn't capture, this is probably a good time to point that out. Yes, sir. Oh,
Mr.
Shan.
Stan.
I agree that the land use weighting is too high. That's a great subject. I also think that the methodology is flawed.
Really hard to
Hold
hear
your
you
mic
over
in,
here,
Freddie.
Fred.
I agree that the land use weighting is too high, but I also think the methodology is flawed. In other words, the way that OIP came up with calculating the land use factor is flawed and not in accordance with the statute and just doesn't work.
You made that clear earlier. Mr. Coleman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. One of the things that has been troubling to me through my interaction in Smart Scale Round 5 is that $10 million, what do you call it? $10 million baseline that used to get, I think it has internal bias. And I haven't seen it. I was looking into history, maybe
I'm not sure what you're speaking to. What, the 10 million?
It's the $10 million that's used to divide to get a score. Because I've used the term a multiplier effect, which I think is applicable based on my time sitting in a math courses. But it discriminates against, it favors smaller projects versus larger projects.
I don't agree.
Okay, well,
It's math.
we need to sit down and go over some math.
We'll do
and
that.
Maybe with John too, so.
You
that's-
multiply a set of numbers by any one number, it doesn't change anything. Doesn't change the rank,
Well, you
doesn't
aren't
change the
multiplying, you're
relative
dividing.
score, changes nothing.
You're dividing to get a factor, then you use that as a multiplier to get
I'll go
a
through,
score.
we'll go through the math.
Okay.
Mr.
I
Secretary.
think, I understand your question, and I think it's mathematically accurate. I mean, what we're doing is accurate.
Mr.
Ms. Hines.
Secretary, I would just like to make an observation about the fourth bullet under overarching comments. I think it is absolutely true that applicants are focused on submitting projects that will be selected. They would be foolish not to be doing so. The last part of that about not necessarily adding value.
It really should say the most value. maybe.
Well, the most value in terms of what? As a locality, if I can get a project funded with state money that I don't have to match, that I needed to do, regardless of whether it perfectly fits our smart scale desires, that frees up money in my CIP to do something else that also has value to me. So I just really think we should be careful about using not necessarily add value, because I don't believe a single locality is going to spend the hours we talked about earlier to put a project into that portal and make sure they've dotted all their I's and T's. thinking it doesn't add value.
But I modified the word and you're doubling down on it. I think the word's wrong. I think it should say, does not necessarily add the most value. That's the
To
point.
what?
To their citizens. So we got a system, the whole system is designed to try to get the most impactful, the most valuable, the highest cost benefit projects to get funded first. That's the whole system. And I think what they're saying, what they're trying to say there, although not as well as it could be said perhaps, is that we're finding ourselves with projects that are coming out that aren't the most valuable in retrospect as we look at them. Yet the organizations that got to put in the applications know how it works, and it's better to get something that's less valuable than nothing. But we want them to get the more valuable ones. I think that's what it goes to, right? So I think the words, you're right, they all add value.
It's pejorative.
They all add value. It's just, are we getting the ones that add the most value or not? And they'll say, well, I can't get the one that adds the most value. I don't think I'm going to win that one. But I can get one that adds less value, so I'll get that. It frees up my CIP, like you said. But we still want a system, I think, that gets them the best value projects. And then they take their money and do the less ones, the other ones. That's what I think. That's what I think it's trying to get to. And I would agree with you that I don't think that, that they don't add value. I think they do add value.
I just really think that last phrase is
agree.
pejorative to the jurisdictions.
Mr. Kaskowitz and then Mr. Coleman.
Yeah, I'd like to go down to factor weighting, and land use weighting is too high. And first of all, I'm going to agree that we need to look at this and make some changes. I don't think it's working as efficiently as we had hoped it would at the outset. So I'll start by saying I think it needs consideration revision. But I wanted to, again, take a somewhat historic perspective, since that seems to be my role on this board. When we...
You made it.
You're a geezer. When we started this process, I mentioned that congestion was perhaps the single biggest motivating factor. But there's one very different situation that existed then than now. Is we had, and I'm going to use Northern Virginia as an example, we had one more iteration of capacity expansion available to us. And I'm going to go through some of the projects. We had Silverline that had not come online. That was available to us. We had 66 expansion inside and outside the Beltway. That was available to us. We had additional expansion of the Transurban 495 Express Lane that had not come online yet. We had 395 expansion, 66 inside and outside the Beltway. It was a different picture than we face as a board today. I would suggest, and a term that's been used by a former colleague of ours, is that we've reached the ultimate profile on many of our primary transportation routes. To expand or further expand 66 right now probably is not either economically or politically possible. This is it. Our capacity is now constrained by some really hard facts on the economics and the political aspects of trying to expand 495 through Tyson's Corner, trying to expand 95 through Springfield. We're probably not going to do it. And in the context of my comments earlier, that what we're doing with land use is attempting to add transportation facilities that have the lowest impact on the transportation network from a congestion perspective. It's critically important that we still consider that. How we do it may need to change, but I would suggest that to say that that land use weighting is too high is not in fact where we need to be at this point. We need to consider that we've got a different set of circumstances as we look forward than this board did 10 years ago when they were making these same decisions. Hey, we had one more round of expansion. Do any of us have one more round of expansion in A areas now? Is there another tunnel that we can add down in Hampton Roads? Perhaps. What cost it would come at, the impact that it would have environmentally, the impact that it would have politically from a standpoint of relocation or dislocation of those that live in these corridors. The practicality of this has changed dramatically, and I think we need to consider that what we're doing is impactful for 5, 10, 15, 20 years out, and understand that making good land use decisions ultimately helps to reduce the stress on the finite resources that we have at this time. and they are finite. We're not making additional expansions practically within the lifetime of this board or even the lifetime of its members. These are long-term situations that are affecting our ability to make capacity addition decisions.
Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My comment is related to Ms. Hines and her, she is obviously extremely active with her community in Northern Virginia, and I applaud you for that. And I think more of us need to be involved. Fred and I intend to do that in Hampton Roads. But as I've spoken to several of you privately, I think that there's a general consensus that applications are put in that are more quantity than quality. They aren't, and they're throwing it out just to see if it sticks on the wall. And I've had several of you sitting here, including one who's not Mark, unfortunately couldn't be here today, that have shared with me examples of localities that just, they're filling out applications and sending them out. And had it not been for OIP and that staff screening, because I know I looked through applications in Hampton Roads that that had things in there. They were trying to take credit for businesses that already were existing to score to score. So, there are those localities that aren't as prudent, Ms. Hines, as yours. And I applaud you for being involved, because I think your interaction with them probably tones down their attempts to just throw things against the wall. So kudos to you, but I think other districts have more work to do.
How we doing on tacos?
Oh, sorry.
Um,
I said no questions.
Let me just say a couple things on what Mr. Kasperitz said, and I agree with some of it I don't. I don't think we're at optimal, and I don't think we're going to stop expanding. I don't think that's going to happen in Northern Virginia. I don't think it's going to happen anywhere else. I think that we're pushing it, and I agree the economics and all that, but I expect we'll do more work in Northern Virginia, including the ALB and 495 East to WW and some other major projects. I know we'll continue to do what we do on 81, and that's a continuing revenue stream. It goes on. I'm just saying, across the state, and even in Northern Virginia, we're going to continue to do some stuff into the future. Yeah, it's getting harder, and yeah, we're running out of room. And there's absolutely no question. I'm not looking for debate here, Mr.
I was just
Kessler.
referencing
You went on
major
for 4 or 5
capacity
minutes.
addition.
You're gonna have to wait.
I will wait.
All right, ALB is major. 495 East, major. Okay? Those are going to happen. I don't know when they're going to happen. I don't know exactly what they're going to look like. Those are going to happen. FredEx is happening. We'll probably see that extended someday, somewhere down to Richmond. So some things are going to continue to happen. Your point is accurate and well made in terms of we're running out. And these are really expensive and they're getting really hard to do. And yes, yes, and yes. So I just wanted to make clear that we're not finished. I don't think we're finished, and I don't think we'll be finished for a while. I think so I just wanted to make that clear from my perspective. We've got some work to do in y'all's region, and we'll get it done. Us and somebody after us will get it done. So we got to grapple through this, folks, and I sort of sit in the middle here a little bit, where I've done some development in my civic life, and I've done traditional neighborhood design, and I've done all this kind of stuff. I did East Beach when I chaired the Norfolk Redevelopment Housing Authority. I've done housing projects we've taken down and done mixed use or mixed styles. So I got a little bit of, sense of the constraints of inner cities and redevelopment and the problems and the needs for land use and proper zoning and so forth and so on. So I get that. I think, are we using it right? I'm not so sure we are. And I think it brings some projects in all by itself that, don't make a lot of sense otherwise. And so I think that's what we need to look at, and we'll do that as we get deeper in. But what I want to make sure of is that within reason, everybody's at least understanding what we're presenting in terms of where we are. This is sort of the easy part, right? Now we've sort of identified some issues. We know more or less how it works now, and now comes the fun, right? And what do we change, and how do we change it to get to what, right? So we need to define the what, which goes a little bit to what you were talking about earlier. Right? What are the overarching goals? Are we getting there? Does it do that, or does it not? And then how is this working into that, and is this process delivering that or not? So we'll work through that in the next few months, as been seen on the agenda, and we're just going to have to, fight through it and make some decisions. It's going to be some hard work and some, some back and forth. But I'm optimistic, and I'm excited about what the staff has done and the work that they've done to bring us to where we are. And so here we go.
Okay, continuing on, again, we're trying to capture comments and feedback that we receive. This is not a point where we're saying it's right or it's wrong. It's just these are the information that we received. So these are from our applicants. For example, smart scale process benefits smaller projects. We heard that. We should examine mid-range option for application cap limit reduction. Heard that. We should look at adjustments to specific threshold and metrics, and you can read the rest. But we're trying to capture kind of the essence of applicants' comments and stakeholder comments. Let's get into the survey. This is an overview of the survey that was very extensive, but trying to capture it on one page, starting with the top left corner. People are familiar with smart scale. 75% of those respondents said they're either moderately or extremely familiar with smart scale, and almost 60%, 59% said they've actually applied for smart scale, so they're familiar with it. Going to the right side, 71% of the respondents said smart scale is funding the right projects. 50% said there's a good mix of projects. Now, probably think 50%, that's just about half. Well, only 20% said, no, you're not funding those. 30% said they're not sure. So 50% represents, I think, a pretty good perspective on the good mix of projects. Going to the left, bottom left side, changes to smart scale process. So this, do you remember this? This was kind of interesting. When we asked the respondents, what are the things that you want to change and what are the things that you want to keep and not change, that we actually got two same answers. Scoring criteria and application process. So those are the two things that they want to keep, but some respondents, they also said those are the two things that they want to change. On the lower right side, potential biases exist, and we've been spending quite a bit of time looking at these biases, and we're going to get into a little bit more in a summary format. So that was a survey that was conducted, and it closed. We extended it probably 3 times to make sure we're capturing everyone, including all 140 members of the General Assembly.
Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. How do you define stakeholder? Who was the survey sent to?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Coleman, thank you for that question. So we surveyed about 2,100 different stakeholders, including people that we just mentioned, the General Assembly members, local staff, local elected officials, MPOs, PDCs, special interest groups, VDOT, DRPT, OEP, consultants. So that was kind of the universe of all the people we surveyed. However, for the respondents, we looked at external respondents only in the measure. So we excluded VDOT staff, DRPT staff, and consultants. So these are external stakeholders when we talk about the survey respondents. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving on, we discuss all the different identified issues and all the areas that we're going to cover. Okay. So you have that as a reference. So now we're getting into the perception and biases that you've been presented with before. Urban projects, they more favor than rural projects. And what we found as a conclusion is there's not a consistent bias toward urban projects. This should be fresh to you because we went over it yesterday. And urban area projects have higher success rate than rural area projects based on number of projects. But when you talk about amount funded, dollar amount, the success rate between urban and rural is actually about even, okay? So, and we noticed that for HPP funding, there's both submitted and funded amounts were higher in urban areas, okay? So next, and this was also discussed yesterday, leverage projects are more successful than non-leverage, and then the second to that is urban areas, because more resources available are likely to have more leverage projects and more success in the leverage area in project selection. And what we found is, first of all, the survey was 80% of those external respondents said this is a really good policy. And we should use this leverage in the way that we can maximize Commonwealth's investment. And the conclusion that we arrived was that while the leverage projects generally have slight edge over non-leverage project, which we expect, you really see a difference when we look at that funding tier of greater than $30 million of smart scale. Remember, that's 6 times and then 8 times greater than non-leverage. We discussed that. So we believe there is not a bias toward urban leverage projects over rural leverage projects. And the specific action here is no specific action recommended because we don't see that perceived bias to be true. Okay? Moving, this was back in June, and we discussed small projects. And we designated small projects as $10 million in smart scale funding or less. Okay, so what do we find here? We found that small projects were funded just over 2 times more than larger projects being 10 million or more, okay? So you have twice as better opportunity to be funded if a project is 10 million or less. Small projects over the course of 5 rounds account for 78% of all projects. While if you look at the dollar amount, which kind of makes sense, about 1/3 of all the total funded amounts. So you can clearly see projects $10 million or less is really, majority of the program that we have. We started digging into the small projects, and we also saw that small bike and ped projects were more successful than small highway projects. So bike and ped even more successful in the small category over highway projects. And what we've also seen is a steady increase in terms of number of projects for bike ped projects, and both funding amounts, both submitted and recommended. And what we've seen in terms of the average cost of project has been declining in rounds 1 through 4. So when we're looking at inflation and cost of projects being more expensive, the average cost of projects has actually been declining from rounds 1 through 4, with a blip up in round 5, and we attribute that mostly to different cost estimating techniques that we've introduced in round 5. Okay, so action here is to look at HPP definition, and I failed to mention something that was important, and that is more small projects are being funded out of HPP, okay? And we saw that specifically in rounds 4 and 5, where it consists almost quarter of the projects are small projects.
Mr. Coleman.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, was there any consideration to limit the unbundling of projects? In other words, you have a project that's $50 million, but you break it up into $2 to $3 million segments in order for the score to be, it costs less than $10 million, so the scores better. I mean, that seems to be a problem to me.
Well, you saw that particularly in some instances, which I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, maybe I should be quiet, with some land use scores, right? So
Yes.
you break a project up, and it gets the same land use score. If you added it all together, it gets one land use score. If you break it up, you get the score every time, and every piece of the project is better than they are together, right? So that sort of doesn't work so well.
And what that bothers me on a second is we've talked about the time to manage these things. It's OEP's time and then the district office to manage these projects.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we understand.
So the actions recommended are refining HPP definition. Let's make sure we clearly define the regional and statewide significant projects, and also to eliminate step 2, which gets into the discussion that Kim just had about HPP funding some of the smaller DGP or district-centric projects.
Chairman, I have a, maybe.
Ms. Sellers?
Maybe one of the more experienced members could give me an idea of why VDOT, like district staff, don't get a play in HPP.
Why they don't what?
Why it can't, why is
Why
the
don't we put it in
district
our own
staff-
projects?
Yeah, why can't they put in, the district staff put in a project or two?
That's not our job.
Fine.
So the thought process at the time was, because the state is the one doing the scoring, that
It's not, we don't, no.
the state should not be an eligible applicant. It also helped prevent some issues we saw, say, with Route 460, the 29 bypass in Charlottesville, where really, if we want, if the
Those were fun
department wants.
days.
Yeah, if the
All right,
department
let's
wants.
just stop right there.
Okay.
We're not going to do that,
Yeah.
okay? We're not doing that.
CTB can
Next.
put two,
CTB gets to do it,
can put in 2
but
projects.
we're not going to have VDOT generating their own projects to score against that. We're not doing that.
It was an idea, bad one.
From the benevolent dictator. No, but we do get to put in 2 projects from the board, which sort of gives a little bit of that, you know, a little bit of that, but we're not going to have staff putting in projects. Yes, sir, Ms. Kasparovich.
Back one slide. So the action suggested.
Pull your mic down, Scott. It's really hard to hear.
Oh,
There's
I'm
a
sorry.
lot of ambient noise.
Normally I swing it down. I'm growing tired here. Refine the HPP definition and eliminate step 2. Each one of those will have an impact. If we just change the HPP definition, can we retain step 2, or can we look at that and model that? And Brooke, perhaps you already have.
We can.
I think what we demonstrated in June was how important it was to do the 2 together, because if you swing one direction and just refine HPP, it completely eliminates a lot of projects. Or if you swing
Understood.
the other way and just
We just need
eliminate
to bring,
step 2.
we just need to bring the modeling back that we've been through before, and some
But
of it's in
they-
here.
they're
So, yeah, we
important
got that.
together.
We got that data.
Thank you.
And I will say one thing about getting rid of step 2. One of the beauties of getting rid of the, and getting simple is it's simple. And you try to explain step 1, 2, and 3 to most people, including I was watching y'all, and I was particularly looking at Mr. Davis, like, what? And I do it every time. I'm like, let me think about this again. And you know, so we trip over it a
Point
lot.
taken. I saw Mr. Davis nod off between your step 2 and 3.
All right, thanks. Continue, please.
Yes, sir. The point of this slide really is what Brooke said earlier. Adjusting in one area can affect another, and a singular issue identified might be resolved by adjusting multiple components. All right, so that's going to continue to play on as we move on with the recommendations. So now let's look at high priority. Now we finished the biases and things like that from the survey, and now we're looking at some of the issues that we discovered, especially by the internal team. One is high priority program is being used for small projects, and we saw that when I went over the small project bias and bike ped and so forth. And what you're seeing is because step 2 process allows HBP allocation on a district basis, you're seeing smaller projects being submitted as step 2 eligible, even though it's by MPO, PDC, or transit agency only. And that's, you can kind of see the trend. The first round, or rounds 1 and 2, we had 1 small bike ped project submitted in step 2. Last round, round 5, we had 32. Average project submitted as part of step 2 has dropped from 57 million to 19 million in round 5. So people are kind of getting an understanding of how to get projects funded. Maybe it's breaking up projects, maybe it's certain types of project. So the potential solutions before you are, one, let's refine HPP definition through CTB policy.
And let me say this, and let's follow Ms. Hines' lead on that, because I think she's right. We use pejorative words when we talk about these things, and all they're doing is playing by the rules that we gave them, right, and trying to get the most success. So they're not doing anything bad. They're not bad actors. We use words like gaming the system. It sort of has a pejorative nature to it. They're just playing by the rules we gave them. And what we need to do is get the rules to be right and that they play by them, and then we get a better result, right? So let's be careful. But I mean, we all use it. They throw those words around. There's hundreds and hundreds of people out there that are doing this work, right? And there's no criticism for any of them, right? They're just doing what we've given them to do, and they're doing it the best way they can to get the best result for their people, right? So they're doing what's right. We need to get the system right so that it gives us and them what we need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And the second potential solution before you is to eliminate step 2 as we discussed. So really step 1, district, DGP focus. The new step 2, HPP, statewide, regionally significant projects. Pretty easy to explain that way.
Thank you.
Next is improve application quality, and we've had a lot of public comments regarding that. Let me kind of give you a little bit of background on this. The genesis behind all this, and you talked about this before, is how do we improve effectiveness and efficiency of the smart scale process? How do we get good projects that are ready to be funded and ready to be, hitting the street, and minimize, staff or maximize staff resources for those projects that deserve its time? So a couple things to consider. If you look at the kind of the second sub-bullet there, over 50% of submitted round 5 applications are not ready for scoring during full app application.
That's profound. Look at that bullet. That's profound. So we get an application, a submitted application, and 50% of them are not ready. And 90% of them aren't ready at the pre-application stage. So all that work that they did, and then they give it to us, and then we do more work, and then we say, you're not ready, and then we give it back to them, and they do more work, and then they give it back to us, and back. That is profoundly, terribly inefficient. And we got to, and that's not necessarily, we're not necessarily going to fix that through just some, that's a different fix in a way. We got to have some way to get their applications better and not let them waste time before they get to us.
Mr. Secretary, what does not ready mean?
They don't have what they need, they're not eligible, they don't have the stuff attached.
The checklist of items, and they didn't submit all of those?
Brooke can help us with this.
Most simple way to put this is, can we effectively say that the project is going to cost a certain amount of money? We know it's going to last, what they're proposing, by their studies and by doing traffic analysis. So is what they're proposing going to last in our system? And are we evaluating at the right cost? And is it an eligible project as well amongst the board policy? But we want to make sure what we're building will last and that we are appropriately costing it so that we're not reallocating dollars over and over again. That's what READY is.
So an example is they didn't give a cost estimate, or that you don't believe their cost estimate?
Either.
Both.
Okay.
And there's.
Would it also include the example we heard earlier about somebody's putting a sidewalk in between 2 sidewalks, and we just say, we're not going to do that. They're already sidewalks there, kick it out.
That is VDOT policy, and VDOT experts look at that at logical termini. So we have, it's not just OIP looking at applications. There are district staff all over the state that are involved in readiness. L&D engineers specifically look at logical termini. They look at the cost estimates. They have processes in place that are very, very complicated, and we involve more people than just our team.
Mr. Lawson, you'll note on the, you've seen enough of this probably to get this, but as we reflect and we go back and do remedial work on rounds 1, 2, and 3, we know our data wasn't very good and our process wasn't near as good as it is today, and we're chasing that all the time, right? And all we're trying to do is, stop doing that.
No, I understand. And what I'm trying to get at is, Brooke had shared with me earlier that the districts help a lot with these applications, and I hear we're burning a lot of clock on applications that sounds like 50% of them don't even pass muster.
Well, in the beginning, we get them there, right? At submission, that doesn't mean we don't get them there.
Absolutely.
It just takes us work to get them there, right?
I'm trying to figure out a mechanism to screen them so that
Exactly.
we don't waste our time.
Well, look at the pre-app. 90% not ready at the pre-app.
Right.
So
So that is a recommendation. We're calling it the Streamlined Smart Portal. So that means that if these approvals aren't in place, certain approvals, we've let it go on longer just because the districts have told us, we want these to be ready. We want to help get these there. And I think over time, we've looked at it and said, it takes too long to get it there. Like, your intentions are good. We're all wanting to get these projects ready. But I think we can recognize that if you're not at a certain place by the time you're applying, that we're not going to let you move forward. And that's what that recommendation number 2, Streamlined Smart Portal, means, is if you do not have certain things in place, we're stopping. And I think that is a recommendation.
Add, Mr. Lawson, the readiness requirements are directly related to the complexity of the project. So the more complex the project, the bigger it is. So say it's a new interchange, there's more analysis that we want to have been done so that we're sort of managing risk if that project is selected, that we've got a good cost estimate, that we understand it's going to work from a traffic and safety standpoint. On the lower end would be something like proposing a signal, have the signal warrants been met that are required for traffic engineering, because if you put a signal in where it's not warranted, it can cause unsafe conditions. So we advertise that to the applicant community each year. This are the requirements you've got to meet for the types of projects that you're submitting.
Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Hines?
Given the success rate of these applications, lots of times projects that don't make it because they didn't score high enough, or they come back, right?
Yep.
I have examples in my district of where the project has come back. They've been told you need to do this, 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 and this. They did those things, and then they got screened out again. And there's nothing more frustrating to the locality who've then now spent 4 years trying to advance this particular project with lots of advice to then
They were screened out for the same reasons?
It was screened out because, well, the one I'm thinking of in particular was screened out because they did the additional study that VDOT asked for, and then they were told the study was inadequate, that they really wanted a different kind of a study. So my only point in raising this example is that I think we have to get sooner in that, we have to really be clear. If we're saying this is the thing you're missing, and they do that thing and they spend their money to do that thing in project development, then we should be willing to accept that.
I would say it a different way. I think we really need to be really clear about what we require, and it's not our job to hold their hands to give us everything that they need to give us. We can be helpful, and we should be, but if we're really clear about what the requirements are and they don't give you what you asked for, they need to give you what you asked for.
But if they do give you what you ask for and are then screened out again, there's
Well,
no,
that's back to the requirements. It either is or it isn't. If they're getting screened out, then we didn't give them the right requirements. I mean, so we really need to be clear what the requirements are. And if they give it to us, then it works. And if they don't, then, it's on them. And we'll give them help, but we can't make them give it to us, right? If we're not clear about the requirements, Ms. Hines, then it's a problem. If I say you need to give me A by this date, and they give me B a week later, they didn't meet the requirements that were very clear.
I'm not talking about be a week later. I'm talking about an application 2 years later where they did everything they were asked to do and got screened out.
We're gonna move on.
I just don't want to,
I'm just saying if we're clear, you're saying we're not clear. I said, if we are clear and they don't give us what we want, I don't think that's our problem.
I agree with you about that.
So we need to be clear. And we shouldn't move the goalposts on anybody.
There you go.
I agree with that, 100%.
Okay. So I think it's important to see that we're looking at a number of potential solutions working in conjunction. I know there was a lot of attention on application cap, but that's one. But the other is, as mentioned, providing earlier support and targeted support to the localities, to the applicants, so that we could work with them early and get them ready so that we don't have 90% that's not ready at pre-app or 50%. And then also tying potential consensus funding decision to performance in delivering projects. And I know we're going to get into the performance aspect in September when Bargy is going to come and present to you.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure that reducing the number of applications will necessarily increase the quality of what you're getting. I think there needs to be some other guardrail put in there so you can ensure that you're getting what you want. And just reducing the numbers is not going to make that happen.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lira, that's exactly why we want to not just reduce the number, but also help support earlier and using the resources that we have to help the applicants earlier in the process. Yes.
And to be clear, crystal clear about what the requirements are.
Yes.
So we make the requirements crystal clear, we help them, and then we see what we get.
And when the internal...
It should, in theory, there should be some impact on quality if you reduce volume. There should be some impact. Now, how much? But I mean, what happens in reverse? If you're a quality player and you get too much volume and the time is fixed, what happens? Quality suffers, right? It should come back the other way at some level.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir.
I do think we want to get quality applications, and we want to see projects that are meaningful. And I am not sure that just saying fewer applications is going to make that happen.
That's why, as he said, we want to do all these things, right? We're trying to get exactly to what you're talking about. If we're not getting there, then we need to rethink it. But you're exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next issue is forward-looking congestion factor. Again, this was discussed yesterday, so it should be fresh in your mind. And the solution we're looking for, since we're looking at just existing condition, yet designing for the future, let's calculate congestion benefits for 10 years in the future, and that's the recommended action before you.
Mr. Secretary?
And that is what we did in the past, and we went away from it.
Right.
And Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. And is this, are we working off the manual? When we're factoring in background and everything else to come up with?
And you mean the technical manual?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the guide.
I mean, has anybody ever looked at those things to determine look back and determine how accurate those are? Because in my experience, they're not. And the exponentials are just fantastic numbers that we've just not hit.
I think you need to be more clear for us to get on board with your question.
Well, we do traffic studies all the time, and we, as a result of scoping, we look at different intersections and projected trips that are going to come as a result of I don't know, all kinds of things. It could be just a simple Chick-fil-A, but also large residential or commercial development, and live long enough to see these things 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15, and the numbers from those studies are just off the charts. And even though these developments came, I mean, thousands of units of residential, commercial, et cetera, we still never hit those numbers. So I really question what's the benefit of doing a calculation that's working off the same manual that, in my experience, is flawed and way overstated.
There's a difference between how far out you look and what criteria you apply to that time. You're talking about the criteria as opposed to the time. So if the criteria is accurate and forecasted accurate, and we look at 3 years, that's one thing. We look at 10 years because the impact's not going to happen until year 4 and 5, then we missed it if we only look at 3 years. So I hear you on the criteria, but that's separate from how long you apply the criteria. That's today, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. And so I think they're independent of one another. And so if the criteria is not accurate, and this goes back in general to things that have concerned me, where we say in all these projects, here's the result we're going to get. We're giving it a benefit score based on a projection, a forecast. And what I really want to see at the end of the day is, are we meeting all those? And as we roll all those up, what's that look like, right? And so we'll do that. But as you go back and look, did it deliver what we expected it to? To beat the bike lane to death. We thought there was going to be 1,000 riders in the lane, and we got 5,000. Okay, it's great. Or we got 50, and it's not great. Did we go back and look at that? And the answer is not as well as we should.
I guess my point is, before we establish a policy, we ought to do what you're saying, which is look back and see how we did. And then the piece that concerns me about this is we fold this in and then we all just relax and feel so good about ourselves because we calculated what's going to happen 10 years hence. And experience is we're never, unless we're really good guessers, we're way off.
Well, here's the problem. I don't care what criteria or what term you put to it. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and what criteria you use to measure out, just put that aside. If we don't look past our nose today to look at what's going to happen tomorrow, I don't think that makes any sense, right?
I think we ought to look at.
So that's what this, and right now, we don't do that, right? And I don't think it makes any sense. And so what we're trying to do is just, regardless of the criteria, regardless of the term, we can argue about all those things, but to introduce the concept of, for God's sakes, let's look ahead, so that we have some sense of what we're dealing with. Because if the train's coming down the tracks and you're tied to it, and it's 10 miles away, it's still coming, right? It's not going to change that. And you got to, it's going to happen, right? That train's going to get there. It's going to happen. And if you just don't look at it because it's 10 miles away, good luck, because in 60 seconds, you're going to find it.
Can I offer?
Absolutely. And what I'm suggesting is let's try to do it accurately in the mechanism.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to offer a little bit of context, if you are saying that these studies and this analysis is producing wild volumes and people are saying things are coming that shouldn't, let's keep in mind that that feeds the design. So if you're saying you're bringing a mega factory, you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is. Now you need a $100 million project versus a $50 million project. So you're constantly sounded back and forth. And I'll give you a perfect example. The Goochland Road project, that is an interchange project. There was a large amount of discussion over whether or not it needed to be a 2-lane or a 4-lane. The price swung back and forth between 80 million, 40 million, 50 million, and it's like, well, the volumes are this and the volumes are that. And so you're sounded by the volumes that they can't get too out of whack on the prediction where you're going to some crazy other project that doesn't make sense. And also the applicant doesn't want to be there either.
The
So you're
cost,
trying-
the cost pushes back on the score. So if you elevate it, if you project unreasonable volumes, it creates a bigger road. And the cost of the road makes your score worse because you got more costs chasing the same benefit. And so it has an equalizing effect. Is it perfect? Probably not, but it certainly pushes back.
I understand. My experience is by applying the manual, I end up with a road that is completely unnecessary, and yeah, that's going to affect this score.
And these
then
kinds of projects?
Sure. I mean, we do things forward-looking.
Okay, well, bring some of that data.
Okay.
Okay, bring some of that data, because we want to dig in and get down to it.
Thank you.
Listen, but at the end of the day, there's no question. It's just a mathematical economic fact that Brooks Point pushes back on the score, right? It's going to push back. The higher that project goes in cost, which it's going to go, the bigger it is, because it's projected to need more than it needs, it's going to raise that price tag, and it's going to push back on that score, and it's less likely to be funded. So there is some mitigating factor. That doesn't obviate us from going and making sure the technical manual is as good as it can be to predict. But at least there's some factor there's something that pushes back on that. All right, so we'll look at that.
Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Hines.
Clarifying question, I'm sorry, Mr. Chang, go back. The first bullet under your potential solution says, considers major economic development activity in the analysis. Do we mean growth in jobs and residents, or do we mean major economic development? You mean both? Okay. It doesn't say that.
Okay, so the second forward-looking issue that we looked at is economic development factor that was discussed at length already.
Lunch.
And the potential solution to this is working closely with VEDP to develop more forward-looking methodology. Because right now, I mean, using the square footage and all that is something that could potentially be improved upon. So I have about 4 more slides, I think, sir. So just keep
Sure.
going.
Let's
Okay.
let's finish these up quickly if we can.
Absolutely.
Mr. Stant, we understand. Go ahead.
And we will discuss the land use component and how it's going to be weighed.
Let's not
and
go
all
through
that.
the background. We're familiar. We just went through the background. So let us read the background. Let's talk about the solution. I mean, just
So the
be
potential
succinct.
action, thank you, sir, is to modify the factor weighting, and we'll have more discussion in the afternoon about this, okay? Okay, now this is an analysis that we have not provided to you before, and this is about lower scoring projects being funded over higher scoring projects. We heard that CTB members and some of the other applicants as well. So we looked at it in 2 different ways. One is project benefit score and smart scale score. Okay, we understand you go from project benefit to smart scale score when you factor in the cost of the smart scale fund. So we want to make sure from project benefit score sense that there are not projects that are being funded that are low scoring. So I think most people would agree that if you score below a 1, that's a pretty low score. Okay, so, sir? Leave it at that?
the problem here is the 1 is a relative number, right?
Fair point.
And it could be a great project at 1. It depends on what you're judging it against. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So we don't have a bar. We don't have a floor. We don't have a hurdle. We don't have a bar. We just have a relative hurdle and bar. And it's how much money we have and what's your score compared to everybody else's that you're competing against. That's it. And so the more money we dump into the system, if you played the game and said we're going to make round 6 $12 trillion, we'd fund a lot of stupid things that did not give you any return on your investment. Now, would you like it? Yeah, but is it a cost benefit? No. And so we look at a 1, and yeah, relatively, it stinks. But what if the what if the highest one is the best? I mean, they're the best projects we've ever done. You can still have a relative score of 1. It still can be a fantastic project, which is the same reason we can't compare one round to the next, because it's relative. And so it's always bothered me, and I'm not sure we're going to fix this, but it's always bothered me, particularly as we're getting more money coming into the system, which we've seen, thankfully, over the last number of years. Are we going to get projects that aren't really great projects, that really shouldn't be done? They're nice to have. Yeah, they bring value. But do they bring value relative to cost? No. And so you're likely to get in that situation if you got more money chasing fewer or same amount of projects. And there's no bar, there's no hurdle. It's just, is mine worse than yours or better than yours? That's it. That's the whole process, based on these factors and the scorings and topologies that we put in. So, in theory, you could have a total round with terrible projects, or you could have a total round with fantastic projects, in theory. Now, the practice sort of weeds a lot of that out. But we have no bar, and all I'm saying is, yeah, I agree with you in general that one's a pretty, and if over time, you're probably right, but any kind of specific one might be fantastic, and that's part of the problem with the system. I'll be quiet.
Fair point. Appreciate that.
Tacos are calling. I'm hungry.
So across all rounds, 91 projects based on project benefit score. And I think the distinction that you want to note here is 78 projects are DGP projects and 13 are HPP. And again, there's part of the normalization process for each round, so that, we're just kind of get an understanding in a broad stroke way. I think perhaps the even more relevant point is HPP and smart scale score. 44 HPP scores, because now we're comparing it statewide and regional wide. So why only focus on HPP? Because the DGP really focused on the needs of each construction district. And we're really not weighing one district over the other. It's really about HPP and statewide program. So what are some of the conclusions? Low scoring projects, really not an issue. And for HPP, for project benefit score, you don't see anything less than 1 in rounds 4 and 5. Really what you're seeing is for HPP projects getting funded over a higher score in instances of 44 times. So
that is confusing.
Let's go to the next slide that gives you a little bit better picture of exactly what's happening. These are the number of HPP projects with lower smart scale score funded when HPP projects with higher smart scale score were not funded. And it really gets into the step 2 process, as Kim explained to you. So the recommendation is to refine HPP definition and to eliminate step 2, which is consistent with some of the other issues that we saw. And that is my last slide.
Questions? Dr. Smoot.
Something else.
You ready to go?
Well, this is not to the point here directly, but I would like to hear at some point, not today, a concise definition of what kinds of projects qualify for smart scale. I mean, I understand we don't do aviation, okay? I don't know if that's written down anywhere, but we don't. It is not as clear when we get into some of the things that Jennifer brings up with regard to mass transit, for example. Does that qualify for smart scale? I mean,
Yes.
huh?
Yes.
Okay, so if someone wanted to extend passenger service to Martinsville, just to make up an example, they could put in a smart scale request?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think we need to, in what of
We'll bring
instructions.
we'll bring you a fulsome definition of eligibility.
Great, okay. Second thing, something we have heard a lot about in here for a while, and we haven't heard much about lately, which I hope means it's been fixed, was cost estimating on smart scale projects and perhaps some entities gaming the system, kind of like your $15 million tunnel under 95 we were talking about yesterday. Perhaps this afternoon or sometime, I'd like to hear more talk about that, and if we fixed it, great.
Well, I think, let me give you just a high-level view from my perspective. We had a lot bigger problem in rounds 1, 2, and 3 than we have today. And what we did was we increased the oversight, which all goes to this capacity issue. We increased the oversight at the local level. We said, do not let those things get here messed up with stupid estimates. And so we drilled down at the local level, which is exactly what's exacerbating the number of application problems, because we got the same people doing more work, drilling down to make sure that the stuff that we're getting is correct and that we believe it and it makes sense, so that when we vote for it here and fund it, it just goes, right? And so, yes, it's much better, but it's because of a lot of work out in the field by both the applicants and us. And we're continuing to do that, because I got tired of seeing stuff get to the state and it was all, I'm like, where's the district, right? So that's where we are. That's sort of high level from my
But
perspective.
there is some concern at the local level, I hear it in my district, that they say a project is going to cost X. The district comes in and says it's going to cost 2X. The project fails in smart scale, and then the credit for it failing is awarded to the district, which said they greatly inflated the cost of the project, which I think is usually not the case, by the way. But that is out there.
Mr. Secretary, I'd say, Mr. Smoot, we've gone through this a number of times on the cost estimation and using it consistently across the Commonwealth in validating these estimates. And you're right, there are some localities that feel that their cost estimates are dead on. But seeing what we're seeing on inflation, cost rising, and our cost methodology, we have revamped our cost estimating process because of a number of issues that came up in my early tenure, to the point where we have a consistent and robust methodology to be able to do it. And if it is 2X, I take much more confidence in that we will have a 2X project. You look at the on-time and on-budget statistics that we're showing now, it's because of the revamping of that cost estimation back in 18 and 19 to be able to get to where we are. Is it what the localities want to see? The answer is no, because there are those opportunities. But as we go through the validation process, we spend a great deal of time where we are off. For example, there might be a right-of-way issue, and we go through on that particular item and better understand, have we missed something, have they missed something? And at the end of the day, I think for the vast majority of the 400 projects that we've evaluated, there's a handful that we have a disagreement on.
And the noise level has gone down, so good work in doing that. But we do need to be consistent, and I'm going to say we aren't. We do need to be consistent across the Commonwealth that projects are being costed in a consistent manner.
And we are. We're following our methodology.
In an accurate manner, right? In an accurate manner.
Yes.
Let's get to accurate. I would tell you, and that's somewhere something I have not seen, but would like to see at some point. I'm always about looking in the rear view and say, how did we do? Were we right? Were we not right? Why weren't we right? What can we learn from that going forward, right? And so as we look at their estimates and our estimates, you know, if we look back and look to the 5 rounds and the estimates we changed and the projects we funded, who was right? Who was wrong? Were we accurate or not? It's really not about right or wrong. Are we accurate or not? And how do we get more accurate? And I want to always be testing that and seeing how we're doing, right? And that sort of goes to some of the other comments made earlier, but I think we need to see that. And then the data's the data. If I said it was 10 and you said it was 20 and you were right, now 20 is 20. I mean, okay, I got it. So do we have that sort of look back data?
We're
working on it.
Margie is working on that, yes.
Great. All that. I mean, I don't care whether it's the cost, the benefit, the whatever these factors are that we're all putting into this formula, are we doing it well in retrospect or not? Right? We need to know that. So we're working on that. All right. Everybody good so far? Tacos are served. This meeting is recessed. Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
All right, thank you. I'm going to get back into talking about what a recommended scenario would look like, focusing specifically on area type weightings. But I'm going to start off with the process survey as a reminder. I know Ho went over some of the process surveys, information from before, but I think this is a really good one to start with some of our discussion for this topic of factor weightings. When we surveyed our broad spectrum of folks, they overwhelmingly said that safety was the most important and was the highest ranked factor to them. In line second was congestion. So keeping those two things in mind as we're going through this process will help kind of shape that conversation. All right, so this is more of a reference of where we are right now. I know that you've already seen this. It's up on the board. Not going to detail this very much. Moving right on. But before we dig into the weightings of the other factor areas, the staff recommendation that we brought to you in June is to make modifications to the land use factor, mainly so that the land use factor weight is available for redistribution. It's not going to go away, and we're going to get into an example of how it will work. I will walk you through of everything that it will look like. But first, what is land use? We did discuss what it was in detail, but it is about density and non-work destinations, and it's about where you're located. But the one thing I want to stress on why we think this is important is the project type or scope in this measure is not considered in the calculation of the measure. And just to put a fine point on that, for example, you could have a $500,000 project in the exact same location as a $20 million roadway project. If it's in the exact same location, it will get the exact same score. So keep that in mind as we're going through this. So with this,
The exact same score for the land use factor.
yes, for the land use measure, yes, or the two measures. So our proposal is to modify how the land use weighting is applied and enhance the benefits of the project based on where it's located. So if you have benefits in other areas, we will enhance those benefits with land use. This prevents land use from being the sole driver of success, and I think we showed that in our previous presentations, that that is where land use has gone, is it is being the sole driver of benefit points to lead to funding. We're going to continue to use this to encourage land use and transportation coordination, but put greater emphasis on different factor areas.
So, Brooke, what you're saying is you saw some, and we looked at this before, that had, and this was an anomaly. It wasn't every time, but we saw this increasing where projects that had no score in any other category had a land use score, and they got funded. So it's just purely the only thing that mattered about the project in the system, in the scoring system, not some other objective evaluation of it, but the only thing in the scoring system that it got points for was land use.
Secretary. Brooke, could you go back one slide, please? So I understand what you're presenting here, but there still will need to be criteria to gain the bonus points or the multiplier that you're describing as the alternative to having a defined category 20%. Is that correct?
The criteria for land use will stay the same, the measure criteria for land use.
Well, it'll stay the same. So if we take away the current 20% weighting, we'll use the same criteria then to apply the multiplier that you're suggesting as an alternative?
I think if we just hold tight, I will get to the example and it'll all make a lot more sense the way the example is laid out.
And there's some people, I think maybe I would throw Mr. Stant in this category, who doesn't think, and don't let me say something that's not accurate for you, but doesn't think that the way we measure and score this, the criteria that we use, is anticipated in the code. There's some people that think that. Is that accurate? Okay. So there's some people that may want to look at that and say, does this address B or not? And if it does, how does it address B? We can come back to that. We're not doing that today. We're not prepared for that today. We'll come back to that. But that's a question that he's clearly made.
Mr. Secretary, I have a second point I'd like to make.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr.
So,
Kevin.
that's okay. So, Brooke, your last bullet point suggests that if we do make this change, that the current points allocated to land use be applied to safety and congestion factors. And I guess I would question, I certainly think there's a consensus that we'd like to apply more points to safety broadly scoped, especially given we know where that trend is going. But I'm not sure why we would choose congestion at a time where we've got, I would say, environmental factors that could benefit from additional points. And I have to stress that today I awoke to the headline that says, heat waves grip 3 continents as climate change warms our Earth. I mentioned earlier, and I think it's obvious, but I'll restate it, that the decisions we're making now affect transportation decisions that are years, in some cases decades out. I don't see congestion as being the major problem at this point that it was 10 years ago, but I certainly see the advance of the impact of our climate change being a significant factor. And I would just ask that if we make this change, that we consider making the shift to safety and to environment rather than safety and congestion. And I would ask any of my fellow board members that want to weigh in on this to please do it now.
Sellers?
I said, you get to recognize us. But I don't know if I would agree that congestion isn't a problem. Have
I
you
didn't
been
say it
to-
wasn't a problem.
Okay.
I said that.
You did say it. And
I said,
You know,
let
I
me
travel
restate then, perhaps in consideration of what we're facing from a modified climate perspective.
Right, I understand that, but congestion is a problem. I travel up and down 95 every day, and I can tell you where choke points are, but it is a problem, and I usually leave my office in the evening at about 6:30, 7 o'clock, and still sit in traffic to get to Stafford and use the hot lanes, and then I would say, ask anybody from Hampton Roads, and they'll probably tell you the same story. And coming into Richmond's worse than sometimes going up to the Pentagon.
Well, let me
we
just
do
say
have
that,
congestion.
yeah, I mean, we'll decide what we think is appropriate, right? There's some people that might suggest that what you're talking about in this scoring system is going to have absolutely zero impact on the heat waves that are impacting the United States. There's some people that would suggest that. And so they would suggest you're chasing the shadow, right? And it's really nice, but you're never going to get there. There's some people that would suggest that. That's their view, and you can have yours. But that's what we'll grapple through as we get there.
Mr.
And,
Secretary.
Mr. Secretary, I think also congestion has negative environmental consequences.
Absolutely.
So I don't know that I would want to increase the environmental ranking because I think congestion addresses that.
Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Hines.
I would just point out to everybody that the weightings are not the same in every typology.
Correct. Absolutely.
And so the answer might be different in different typologies, so that.
Thank you, Ms. Hines, I agree. We're 45% in area type A.
All I would tell you is that I'm not sure as it relates to climate change that it matters what area you're in, and if it does, then I'd like to learn about that later, not now. Thank you.
No, I was not speaking about that, but I was saying we're 30 points higher than anybody else, percentage points higher than anybody else on congestion. To suggest that we should even add more there is a little bit overwhelming to me, and maybe we would want to add more in accessibility. So I just think each typology should have the opportunity to work
Absolutely.
through it. That's all.
Absolutely. Continue, please.
So this table we brought to you in June to show over the lifetime of Smart Scale how much each measure has, or each factor area has taken up on the percent of benefit of the total score. And we pointed out some of the anomalies of round 5 of land use that was happening where it's taking up 50% of the score. A question came up from Ms. Hines about that 49%, you know, if we only pulled out A and B, because to be clear, in rounds 1 through 4, land use was only applied to area type A and B, and in round 5, we expanded it to every area type. So that 49%, if you were to break it, this is an average also, but if you were to break that up into just A and B, it would be 56% of your of your total score comes from land
So what
use.
you're saying is to compare the land use of 1, 2, 3, 4 in terms of percentage to 5, the number moves from 49 to 56.
If you were only looking at A and B, if we look at only the A and B
Because
projects
only A and B
that
are
got
1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
So it
if
would be
you use the same
56.
thing, 49 becomes 56.
Yeah, so it would be even worse. So C and D is helping it be a lower number than if it was just A and B. And I would say it's even darker in the more extreme in that if we only look at one area type versus the other. So where I want to take a step back right now, so we're going to talk through the land use, but I do want to start with the base. After Mr. Chang was done presenting, and we've been coming up with staff recommended scenario or staff recommendations to you every month. These staff recommendations that we've considered up here is where we want to start and keep building on top of that. So if we're saying that, yes, we agree, we want to consider future congestion, and yes, we agree that we need to look at HPP eligible types, and yes, we agree that the elimination of step 2 should happen, that's our starting point. It's 3 main changes, and then we're going to layer on land use on top of that and see what happens. So when we do that and just look at those 3 changes singularly, no weighting changes are made to land use, no modifications. Our 2 preferences that have been called out in that presentation that Mr. Chang just finished were small projects and bike and ped principal improvement type projects. We're getting funded at a greater rate that we want to as a board. So with this, right now, that doesn't significantly impact those 2 preferences. The average total cost of a project goes up a little bit. The average smart scale cost goes up a little bit, and we remove 14 small projects. I will say it does make a difference on this balance of weighting types or of the different factor areas on their average weighting. So you will see where some of the movement happened off of land use just by making those changes alone. So it's not nothing, but this is a good starting point. But I would say 29% of the total benefit is still a lot of the benefit. If you divide 100 divided by 6, it's 15 and change that, you know, 1666, thank you. So it's a measure that doesn't look at the change in benefit. And I can say if we have something that swings up, you want it to be a value that's empirical and a value that people care about. So we see that safety is pretty high, but that's a value that's very empirical. It's a value that we're saying we care about a lot.
And something I want to remind you, and we did it earlier, but you should just keep it in the back of your mind. We have a large pot of money in a program that just goes to safety, irrespective of this, right? We got a safety program. It gets, what's the percent it gets? 10? Yeah, it's like 60. Yeah, anyway, there's a full-blown safety program that we run as part of what we do. This is on top or accretive to that, right? So this is not all we do in safety. We've got a program that does safety as well. And so when we look at it, we just need to look at it together. Go ahead, Ms. Jackson.
Okay, so this is our starting point. Now we're going to bring back layering in land use change. So does not consider land use weighting changes. So right now, we're recommending a bonus be applied when we're removing those weighting points. And my next slide will go through the example, so just hang tight. But taking those weighting points and applying them to the other measures, but how do we still say that land use is important and that it matters and that it's a part of the score and it's something that we want to consider? Its benefits are important, but also where those benefits are happening are also important. So when we first started looking at using land use as a bonus, we looked at, let's call it a 10% bonus, but it really minimized the impact of land use and that value at itself, and it was only able to make up 1.4% of the benefit score when we looked at it. So we looked at working it up to 100% bonus. So what does that mean? If you are in the best location in the state and you have a project that has a benefit score of 10 and you're in the top scoring land use score, you can now double your benefit score if you are in the 100 location. So that is what it means in the most simplistic sense.
Understand that? Mr. Kaspowitz.
Hey, Brooke, just to be clear, so that would be using the existing criteria, though, to evaluate whether or not you get that 100% boost?
We haven't gone to the criteria yet, right?
Well, but you base this on...
On land use.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's using the existing land use measure as it is today. The example will make it very
And so we haven't
straightforward.
opened the other can of is the criteria right or not, right?
Mr. Chairman.
Just trying to keep up.
Yeah, I'm with it. I think you're right.
Mr. Chairman, so it's creating a multiplier effect?
Yeah.
And I think just holding it tight one more second.
Don't get excited yet.
No.
We're gonna work through it and figure out where we need to be.
We're going to work through one example of taking all that land use score and putting it 100% on safety. We'll just go with one extreme. You know, everyone thinks that we need to put more onto safety. So, for example, there is currently 20% land use in area type A. That 20% would be 100% added to that safety. So safety moves from a 5% to 25%.
Bert, you said something I'm not sure I have seen. You said everybody
Oh, yes.
thinks we should have more safety. I think
General
what we
of our
saw
survey.
was
Yes.
safety was the most important impact, or the most important criteria. That's a very different thing than saying everybody thinks we need more safety. And I'm not saying we don't or that they don't. I just haven't
Absolutely. Good point.
taken that.
Thank you for that clarification. And I don't mean that as well, just in this example sense. So this is what the table would look like. But an example we thought would be the easiest way to describe this is showing it on the scorecards that you have. There should be a slide in there of this, but it's a two-step process. So first, on that factor weight, we're essentially removing that 10% factor weight that's in land use, that gray column on the right-hand side, and we're adding it to the safety, because we're saying all of those land use percentage weight goes to safety. That being said, we are still calculating that measure value. So as it's calculated today, all the criteria is exactly the same to answer Mr. Kaspowitz's question. This project in round 5 was normalized to a value of 41.6, using all the exact same criteria. You take that and convert it to a multiplier. If it was 100, that multiplier would be 2, and it's not. It's 41.6, so the multiplier is 1.42. And that's how you determine what your multiplier would be on your total score. So, using the factor weights that are there, obviously your safety score weighted factor value gets to take the benefit of that 10%, and it goes from 2.2 to 2.9. And then there's nothing else done at that point. You add your benefit together. All the benefits that you see, nothing that's crossed out, all of that is added together, and it's just multiplied by your multiplier value, your multiplier calc, and that is your new benefit score. It's 2 steps, and that's the change.
So let's review this for a second, because, I mean, they can follow through the math and the formulas, but step back.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is get rid of it as a separate and distinct on its own category, use it as a modifier. In this illustration, you moved all the point benefit pre-modifier from there to safety. And using the same criteria, which may or may not be the right ones, but using the same criteria we have now, we looked at the factor value. We normalize that to 100, and we use that to apply as a multiplier to the total score otherwise. And so it got 42% more score than it would have gotten in this illustration if that had not been the multiplier effect. So a big effect, big impact. It's 42% bigger than it would have been. So it's still a big impact in this scenario, but obviously it's been reduced because now our relative, the relative impact is, significantly less than the relative impact it had before.
That's that land
Is
use
that correct?
value. That is correct. So think about that being applied to everybody as well. So these scores are generally going to be lower, but they are all relative to each other. That is critical. I mean, the low scoring concept's not going to happen in this because they're all relative to each other, and you have to have benefits existing other than land use, because remember, we're funding things that are only getting points in land use. And now,
Yes, if you multiply the factor by 0, it's 0. So if you have no other benefit, it's the multiplier of 0, it's got 0.
That's correct.
So it will eliminate, by definition, if we did this, it would eliminate things that only had land use scores.
There'd
If
be
we
nothing
took
to
all those
multiply.
out from both sets of data and ran this, would we see similar results? Because if you do, then that's one thing. Like if you get the same results on a relative basis, right? And you're just working within your normalized scores in your district anyway, then it really doesn't matter. All we are actually doing is eliminating the ones that had land use only.
That's it.
And everything else sort of stayed relatively the same after they were gone. If it does that.
It absolutely and absolutely does, yes. And we have tested it, and it absolutely does that.
Now, again,
Yes.
if we change the criteria, depends on what we change
That's
it
a whole
to.
other, yeah,
What we
that's a
change
whole
it to.
other
And
game.
we'll address that because it's been raised and needs to be addressed, but we're not going to do it today.
Any other questions on this one?
Does it
before-
sort of make sense, what she suggested? Do you understand what she suggested? Now, the question is, does it make sense?
I think it's really hard to know if it makes sense when you're looking at a single example, Mr. Secretary.
Can't tell.
But the concept that we started with was, we're getting, and you don't have to agree with it, but the concept was, we're getting some aberrant results. And we're getting aberrant results around a single factor. And the way the factor's calculated has an impact on that. But what we don't want to do, we don't want to see that. We don't want to have a single factor. So while retaining the value of the impact in the rest of the system, we're just eliminating the ones that are that only. If that is true, and I don't know if it is or not, Mary, if that's true, that's one thing. If it's not, it's another thing. And if we change the criteria, that's a whole different,
Mr. Secretary,
thing.
I have the same concern, honestly, about any project that only scores on one dimension. So we had some projects that only got safety scores, too. But we're zeroing in on land use and saying, that's a place we need to make a significant change. I really have a
Because it's not about what the thing, the land use score sort of suggests that regardless of the project, regardless of the benefit it brings, regardless of what it looks like, how much it costs, anything else, if it's done right there, then it's going to get good. That's the issue.
But we have tiered other ones. We have used different strategies than basically moving it over to some other category and using that as the multiplier.
What we're trying to do in the other categories there, Ms. Hahn, excuse me, congestion, we say, here's the congestion, we measure it, this is what it will do to the congestion, and that's the benefit. In land use, we sort of skip a step. I'm not saying it's not valuable, but we don't measure the real impact. We just say, if it's there, it's good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we need different criteria as opposed to this,
We may.
this approach. I'm very concerned about over-amplifying congestion or safety.
Secretary.
Good.
Yeah, I agree with the comments, and I think that, and I understand that this is you either get it or you don't. You get all the benefit points. So is there a way that we can adjust the benefits that come from land use based on the size or the scope of the project? Very much like we do with congestion.
Does that mean that you have land use based on the scope or the size of the project? To your definition of land use, does the size of the project answer your definition of land use that you stated?
Well, there's a specific application that comes with an application. We're adding sidewalks, we're doing whatever. We measure the congestion reduction that comes from our capacity addition projects. Can we now come up with a metric that measures the benefit on a scaled basis from the actual size of the project?
What factor would you?
I have no idea, really. I'm looking for the experts to
I think
tell us what.
the factors are already over there. They're environment, economic development,
No,
accessibility.
no, I'm saying can we find a way to scale the benefit that an application gets from land use based on the scope and scale of the project? That's what happens with congestion.
My caution there is just that bigger projects don't mean better land use. And that's a path to go down
I'm
that
not suggesting
might
that
be.
they are, or that they do. I'm just saying, is there a way that we can scale it? Right now, as everybody's pointed out, if you get the land use benefit, you get the full score, whether you're a $500,000 or a $50 million project. The consequence of those two project sizes are extraordinarily different. Is there a way that we can adjust the allocation of points in land use based on the expected benefit? And I understand there's no clear pathway to this on the land use
I'm
side.
not sure the benefit is attributable to the cost. And what I was suggesting to you is the benefit may be actually seen in safety and congestion and accessibility and environment and economic development. That's where you may actually see your benefit from doing that. The problem is, when we look at safety, we've got a defined, measurable, specific criteria. We say numbers of severe and fatal crashes or whatever the definition is. And there's a number.
I understand.
Congestion, exactly the same. Accessibility, we got a number. Economic development, we got a number. Environment, we got a number, right? Land use, we got a place. And that's it.
And if I could just.
So to your point, I know where
To
you're going.
nature of my question,
I'm agreeing with you. I don't know how to get there, and I'm saying maybe it's already intrinsic in the elements. I don't know.
And I think, just to add in, I think what we're trying to do is what I think I hear you saying. We're trying to take all of the benefits, excluding land use, of the project, and then saying, okay, now that we know what that project.
And it's being done in a.
Yeah, so now we know what the benefits are of the project based on the scope and scale and whatever the project is, and then saying, okay, now we're going to modify that value based on where it is.
Which is pretty much what we do with other categories, except we have one easy to identify modifier or measure to do that, as with congestion. Is there a mechanism for doing that? I know it's complex and I know it's challenging to even think about it, but Having it in that scale is problematic from the outset, I agree. But we're moving in a direction that changes the fundamental dynamics of smart scale. Is there an alternative that actually changes the fundamental dynamics of land use in a way that allows us to scale it based on project benefit?
I think that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, hey, projects have benefits, and oh, by the way, when they're done in a consistent way that addresses the same kind of land use, then it's better than if it's not. So I think that's what they're saying.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Ms.
so
Sellers.
when I read, this is very helpful to see the code because it says comprehensive land use plan that we have taken down to just land use. Comprehensive plan is in the code. It is something every locality has and is supposed to update. And actually, FAMPO did a really good presentation last month on how they took all the comprehensive plans for the FAMPO region and overlaid them to show future growth. And as it's projected in the comprehensive plan and verse zone and how it all fits in together. So they have, FAMPO at least is working on something to try and scope out what is land use, I think. And then they're trying to overlay, okay, where would good projects be? Should we, based on the future land use of the region, do we need this project? Do we need that project? If that makes sense. And I think that might, if we saw what they provided, I could see if I can get a copy of it and show you what they've put together. It might give you some context of how you can scope it, how you can quantify it.
That's all I'm looking for, is a way to quantify that, yeah, that challenging metric.
All right, continue, please.
Okay, so this is still on the same example. We just came off of this example. And what does it look like on the factor areas and where benefit now is placed? If we were to take off what the influence of land use is here, this lowers land use influence to being a lot more in scale with the other measures by doing this. And it's still doing better than a few other measures that are listed up there. But obviously, making that change, you can see the difference between where safety was in our base to where it is when you put it all 100% on safety. So we went from, go right here, 38% to 54% doing that move. Okay, but what is it?
And you know, let me just say this. All these factors are really important, very important, and they all have an impact on what I'm going to say. But if we don't have economic growth, you kiss all this goodbye, right? If we are stagnant in growth or declining in growth, all these are going to get worse. And the growth, the economic development, is what allows all this to occur. It's those dollars I was talking about that we got a lot more of today than we had before. So we've got real problems, right? We got issues that we deal with every day, all day long. They're in safety and they're congestion. We got accessibility. We got environment. And what drives, at the end of the day, and I'm not saying this is the only thing that's captured, that economic isn't captured somewhere else, because if you reduce congestion, it does help economic development. If you're safer, it probably helps that too, and et cetera, et cetera. But at 5%, that's the goose that lays the golden egg, and it's at 5%. And it's just got to make you ask that question. I'm not answering it, but I got to say, hey, that's like your revenue stream, right? And it used to be 24%. Now it's 5%. We want that? Got a question? Keep going, Ms. Jackson.
All right, so this is the slide you're familiar with showing how it impacts different area types, principal improvement type, and small projects. So by making this shift to placing the benefit augmentation, or modifying land use to augment the benefits, small projects were reduced by 44% to 57. So that really highlights what that problem was, is land use was funding small projects to the tune of 57 projects. And bike and ped principal improvement types were reduced the principal improvement type. There are still bike and ped components on a plethora of our projects. 50% of highway projects have bike improvements on them. Bike and ped principal projects were reduced by 76% to 12. The overall cost of projects were raised because we have less projects. We removed a total of 37 projects. And you can see that in the bike ped, the highway, bus transit. This is the best way to target those preferences that we've highlighted as an issue that has been presented throughout the past few months.
Sorry, Brooke, could we?
Go back, Brooke. Ms. Casper's.
So in this scenario, we lose bus transit completely. We go from 3 to 0. Is that
Then
not
our
a
staff
modal balance problem?
In round 5?
I will also add
Is this round
that
5?
this is round 5 data, yes. And just to add in, while there's 50% of projects that have bike and ped, another 50% of those have transit components on them as well. Having 3 bus transit projects, I think, is a sample size issue. There's only 3 that were applied for this round. And this isn't the final yet. We're not there. But this is our first example of where we're starting.
It's a troubling example. I just have to say that taking that mode out of this discussion, even if this example is troubling.
If you went back and ran that across all, can't do that. You could.
A lot of
Yeah, you
this
could.
actually had to do with the other changes. If I could just go back to that real quick before. This is not doing anything with land use. This is doing those 3 items we talked about in the beginning.
So you went from 3 to 1, and then land use took the last one out.
Again, I think it's troubling to see it used as an example, given our desire to make sure that we have mode balance in our selections.
Mr. Secretary,
Ms. Hines.
on this particular issue, we have been down this road at MBTA too, where we do a lot of multimodal projects, and we tend to show these numbers based on principal type. And I think it's a better communication tool and more helpful to all of us to basically show how many projects hit
Those
bike,
Those,
to just
So in the
create
highway, there's
to
bike ped in the
create
highway.
a little
there's-
grid so that we can actually see that we are moving the needle across modes. This,
Better information.
it would really help the conversation, I think.
We can absolutely do that. I think the focus here, though, too, is that small projects. All right, so what happens when we move all of the land use weighting to congestion only? I mean, you can see area type A is already at 45%. In this scenario, would be at 65%. In area type B, it would be 30. So moving all of that only to congestion area. So in the results here, we see that safety goes down a little bit from the last one, obviously, because it was all 100% on safety. Congestion comes in as a player a lot more in line with other measures again. Accessibility goes up, economic development goes up, environment goes up. And a lot of the reasons why those factors go up is, as Mr. Kaspowitz pointed out, congestion is a jumping off point for a lot of other measures. So that's something to keep in mind when you're using congestion as your starting point. And that is reflected in the weighting that you see here in all of the green.
Mr. Kaspers.
Just so I understand, because this is assuming in this run of this model that that land use multiplier is at 100%.
Yes.
But you're using criteria to establish which projects got that. I don't understand how you do that. Or are you applying it to all?
It's essentially just pulling out the influence of saying of that bonus factor. So that's what that 12% is. It's literally, if we were considering that as our land use factor, it's just that influence that land use is giving to other measures.
So are you saying on the land use multiplier of 100% that it doesn't get any bonus points? No, the multiplier is 100%.
Right.
100%
It's
applied?
not a true factor percentage. So what is being shown there is the influence of land use on other measures.
But I'm sorry, but I just don't understand how you calculate it in this model. So you're applying a bonus factor, but how was it applied in this model?
Yeah, same as this example. It's that multiplier calculation. Whatever the normalization was of how we already calculate land use, we're not changing how we already calculate land use at all. It's just taking that normalized value and using that
I
as your
understand. Okay.
multiplier.
I guess
So using the same criteria,
Same
applying
criteria.
it to those that got land use benefit in this round. Thank you.
I think the confusion may be when you say land use multiplier 100%. What does that mean? What does that mean? My multiplier is 1.42.
100% that you could potentially double your score. So if that normalization wasn't 41.6 and it was 100, it would be a value of 1 plus 1, so that would be 2. So you could double your score. That is what 100% bonus means. And everyone gets, in every scenario I'm showing you, is a
Potential. That's the potential.
is a 100% bonus scenario every time. It's just where are we moving that 10% value that you see there on factor weight.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll move forward.
And folks, let me be clear. I mean, there, you know, there's no reason we can't work with you individually or otherwise
Absolutely.
to drill down in this if it's not clear. We can't spend an hour today, but we can spend an hour with individuals and others. If most people understand, but some people don't, we need to address that, but we'll address it specifically if we need more time, because that's what I do. I just get them in a room and ask a bunch of questions and
Right.
try to figure it out.
You know, Mr. Secretary, I'm remembering some previous sort of refinements of the process. And some of what was useful to me was to sort of say, if I apply this across round 5, this many projects move from unfunded to funded, and other ones move the other way, so that I can understand kind of the range of movement that is created. Because really it is all about relative to each other each time. And the multiplier, that 1.42, will be different for every project because every project is in that normalized. So I can't even really think about that quite yet. So I think
we tried to capture that in big picture.
right, but
in the
it's
bike
really
ped,
about
highway.
how many of the projects that were funded.
35 in bike ped. 35.
I guess what I'm remembering is that I saw it for my district. I saw it for my district. You got this many projects funded before, and if we did this, here's what would be funded for you now. That was helpful to me to understand how big of a swing am I really talking about.
And I know we all know this, Ms. Hines, you especially, because you told me this before. While we're at-large members and while we're district members, we all have the same oath and goal.
Absolutely.
And it's to do what's in the best interest of the citizens of the Commonwealth. But, so yeah, we didn't break it out by district. We could do that. But overall, we lost 35 bike ped projects, and highways went up 2, and bus transit went from 3 to 1. That's the impact. Now, I don't know how many dollars and where they were and all that,
But relative to in my list of projects, I'm imagining that the order of my list of projects changed. And that some things that in my district grant program were funded, all of a sudden are not funded in my district grant program because of this change. And some of that I need to understand as I talk to people in my district about this.
we will work through that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir, Ms. Casper.
Just a comment that comes from our tour yesterday, and the excitement and enthusiasm that was expressed by the gentleman who presented the trail additions and how meaningful they were to, I would say, that community. I think we could multiply those comments by 100, 200, or 300 towns and cities around the Commonwealth. That is a dramatic fall off from 51 to 16 in the bike ped selections. It seems to be, and it certainly is in the A-type area that I live, an important part of the selection process on the part of local officials who are applying for these programs. And it was very, very clear that it was important to Fredericksburg. I just suggest that that is a substantial drop-off to go from 51 to 16.
Well, let me say a couple things. We are measuring numerically and metrically, we're trying to measure benefits according to our criteria. And they're reflective of a belief that this is a proper way to distribute money to the benefit of all the citizens of the Commonwealth. That's the concept. Unfortunately, over the last few years, we've been sort of introduced into a scenario which was reflected yesterday in the presentation, where dollars that have been committed by code to transportation has started to go out of transportation and into recreation and leisure. And that's not what those dollars are supposed to do. Now, aside from that, this year, the General Assembly asked us to take some money that they had set aside and to apply them to some trails. And they were specific trails. And they've asked us to do that. In my estimation, and I don't have hard data, I got anecdotal data, most of the benefit of those trails are not going to be for me to go to the grocery store or to your house or to the pharmacy or to anywhere else. They're great benefit, but they're not about going from A to B. They're about going out and being and recreating and enjoying the scenery, walking the dog and taking a run or getting some air or whatever. And if that's the case, is it appropriate to take money that's supposed to move somebody from A to B and give them recreation? I don't think that it is. And the code doesn't tell us to do that. It tells us to move people from A to B. And so we've mixed these two things together, and we're sort of in the middle of it now. And I don't think that means that we ought to be sending transportation money to things that aren't transportation. And if they are, then fine, and if they're not, they're not. And that's my view, and that's what I think the code tells us to do. And so if we found ourselves where our system is not getting at our scoring system does not get to the root of transporting somebody from A to B, regardless of why you're going. I don't care why you're going or where it is. Then is that what we want? In my view, it's not what we want. It's not what the code says. I want to do the bike ped till I'm blue in the face when it moves people from A to B and takes people off the road where they were going to go from A to B on the road. I want to do that all day long, every day, as long as the cost-benefit score works in there. But if it's just going out to get some air or getting my steps in, I don't think that's our job here. And the code doesn't say it's our job, and I don't think it's appropriate to be spending money for that, period. That's my view.
So your comments prompt a question. So I'm not aware of how we analyze the bike ped applications. Do we look at those on the bike ped trail and facilities that are using it as primary transportation versus those that are recreating? Is that a differentiation that we make in our scoring?
That is not currently today a differentiation that we make, although in the calculations, we consider roadway conditions that are by it. So if you don't have those roadway conditions, your calculation is going to be a lot lower.
I'm not sure I understand.
The answer is no, we don't consider it.
So
and we don't really have the data.
No.
I asked them that yesterday in Fredericksburg. I mean, it was great. I mean, that is a fantastic system,
Yeah.
right? And I asked them that yesterday. I said, how, you know, and one of the folks that was speaking talked about all the people that are using it for transportation. I said, how many and how do you know? And the answer was, I don't know and I don't know, right? And listen, that's not bad, it's just a fact.
So to your comments, Mr. Secretary, should we consider looking perhaps at a different way of analyzing this and
Absolutely.
trying to assess?
Absolutely, 100%, ding, ding, ding. Because listen.
Well, we should do that before we make the
If everybody's going to get on a
modification.
bicycle or walk to work and we don't have to build any more roads, and I love it. But if they're not, and they don't, then it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I don't disagree.
Go ahead and hop in.
All right. I kind of feel like the grizzled old historical scribe that has to explain
Hey,
why.
listen, I'm on a roll, I'll mess this up.
No.
I
I just
understand.
wanted to give a little context.
I know, I'm worried. I'm teasing.
Look at congestion and land use as two sides of the same coin. The Commonwealth Transportation Board and VDOT and DRPT do not control land use. That is controlled at the local level. So really the land use factor area was designed to be an incentive for localities to look at things like jobs to housing balance, mixed use development, all of which get at the demand side of things. We can build roadways, we can expand roadways and put bus transit in to increase the capacity and the operational efficiency of the roadway. But on the other side of that coin is how do we drive down the demand and make the interaction between transportation and land use more efficient? And so that essentially was the original idea behind having the land use factor. And I think here what Brooke has presented is a way that you're still incentivizing land use as a consideration at the local level, but you're deriving your points from things that we're good at measuring the transportation benefits of, like safety and congestion. So you're still getting a benefit of land use. You're just, if you've got a good land use score and you're improving congestion and accessibility and safety, you're going to see a bump in your points.
I think the only question is, do we, in our process, want to give any advantage whatsoever to a project that tends to reduce demand as opposed to one that does not? That's what they're trying to get to. Now, are they getting there or not? We can have that debate. But what they're trying to get to is, how do you reduce demand for transportation, highway, road, infrastructure? Can you do that through good land planning? And if it's being done in a place that lends itself to that, is that something we like or don't? Is that something we give a benefit to or not? Do we have any benefit to trying to tamp down the demand, right? That's the philosophical question. And if you do, if you think there's any value in that whatsoever, then the question is, how do we deliver that value? I think that there is some value. You know, I think suburban sprawl is not good. I think traditional neighborhood design is more efficient and more effective and is better. But you know, I don't get to decide all that. But I think that there is some value in not having unnecessary infrastructure costs to serve society. And that's what this does in theory. We keep things close. You can walk to the drugstore. The cleaners is down the street. The school, the Montessori school's over there, the whatever it is. So you can just sort of roll around in your, you know, on your rollerblades or your golf cart or your walk or your bike, and you can get to almost everything you need. When I was up in Reston the other day, it's cool to come out of, you know, I live in a suburban neighborhood. Now, where's that? You know, there's a 7-Eleven about 12 blocks, 15 blocks away, but there ain't no cleaners, no pharmacy. I got to get in a car, right? It's pretty cool to come out of your place and have all those things right there for you. And it tamps down demand, right? I don't have to get on the road and drive 5 miles somewhere. So it tamps down demand. So the question, again, I'm just being redundant, is there any value in giving some brownie points to projects that are done that way, done those places, because it helps tamp down that demand? And if it is, how do we do that? If it's not, it's out, gone. I think there is. That's my 2 cents. I don't vote on any of this, by the way, but I think there, unless you tie. But I think there is, and I think it ought to be considered. And I like this a heck of a lot better than where we were before. Maybe it's not perfect yet, I don't know. But none of that goes to what Mr. Stant's talking about. You hit on it because Chad said, and he used the words, he talked about job to housing ratios, job and housing access, those things that are specifically talked about, and you use them as an example that you say you think this is addressing. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We can argue that, but at least you're thinking that it addresses that. So I think that's our question, right? Does it have any benefit whatsoever? And if it has some benefit and we want to apply it, how do we do that, and what's the criteria we use? That's what we got to decide. Mr. Kasperis.
So, and thank you for your comments. I actually agree wholeheartedly. And in my travels in my area, there are bike trails that support 6,000, 7,000 commuters per day, and there are bike trails that support maybe 50 recreational riders per day. As we go forward with this, though, how do we make those distinctions? To the Secretary's point, we want to support the projects.
Data.
Well, but it's going to mean a different level of analysis on this that we're not currently conducting. So,
And let me jump in and just to jump on top of that. So when we do bike ped analysis, we take a formula. We run the thing through the formula and said, that's how many people are going to use these lanes.
Only thing I will add is in areas that you're talking about, those really big ones, they have the data they provide and we use it.
All right, so let me finish. So we have a formula. We have a formula. Okay? That's what we're doing in Norfolk. We got a formula. All right, let me finish. And it says, this is how many people, based on where it is and what's around it and this and the jobs and the employment and the houses and whatever all those factors are, this is how many people are going to ride on those bicycle lanes. And we say, good. Well, that's great. That's a great score. Let's go do it. Do we ever validate that? Is that a good number? Is that underestimating it? Is it
So the answer is
overestimating? Is it right on? The answer is we really don't. So all I want to do is get to the facts. And if you got 6,000 people going to work or going to the store or going to Aunt Sally's, I don't care where the heck they're going. And they're using that as opposed to getting in their car and going on the road or getting on a train or getting on a bus or whatever it is, that can be a good thing, right? No question about it. But if they're not, and we overestimated it, then it's not a good thing. And if we really underestimated it, then it's much better than we thought it was. All I want is the data and the facts. And say, hey, we're not getting that return. And we should be doing that on every single thing that we do as we go back. Are we getting that congestion relief? Are we getting those people in those lanes? Are we reducing the safety problem? You know, are we doing that or not? We ought to be measuring and saying, yeah, we're making progress. But we don't have the data. So we're just sort of doing it, and anecdotally.
we have some of the data, I guess.
Yes, it depends on where you are.
Okay, well, that's important. I didn't know that.
It
Okay.
is. And so, but anecdotally, some of us see it in places, and we got our anecdotal data, and it doesn't look very good, right? So that's why we're here.
So the message is, if you're going to apply for a bike ped project as an applicant, you want to emphasize and provide data for the actual transportation need that you're supporting.
so.
Okay, well, that's important
Absolutely.
I think
Yeah,
so.
it's a
consideration.
very good point.
So I would assume that the
Absolutely.
16 that remain in this then are those that had the highest scores or provided their data. Is that accurate? And can we run them to see
An
that?
accurate statement, and we can broaden it to see.
Okay, so
see
that's
that.
a different construct. Thank you for helping sort that out, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Secretary, could I
Ms.
add?
Hines, yes, ma'am.
I would just add, it would be, we VDOT are not consistent in the kinds of counters that we ask to be put on trails. We don't actually have a policy about that. Sometimes we do spot counts, sometimes we have an embedded counter. The jurisdictions have pretty sophisticated ones.
Streetlight.
We are not gonna have good data on this kind of thing until we say we care about measuring this. And that's an investment, that's a policy of this board. So
And
I
it's not
just
even-
raised that.
And it even gets beyond that. And I was talking to these folks yesterday, I said, listen, it's really good news and it's really bad news. I was in France last month, and I was meeting with a company called IDEMIA, which is sort of the world's leading expert on, when you go through the airport and you go through the passport and all the scanning, that's what they do. They also make most of the credit cards in the world, right? They're all about identity, right? And the technology that they have is, whoa. And so ultimately in society, and we have cameras everywhere. We don't know where we don't even recognize where they are. There's so many cameras out there. But ultimately, there'll be ways to identify not only how many people are using the trail, but what are they using it for. And they can do that today. That's easily doable for them today. We just don't have the data. We don't have access to the data. So for me, I just want to know what it is that's in each pot. You know, how many people are using it? I really want to know how many people are using it for transportation. And if I get a good return out of that, I am all in every single time. And if I don't, then I'm going to question it. And the other piece is not relevant to what we're supposed to be doing in my view. And so that's how I see it. And so I'm just trying to get to the data. And yes, we don't have it, Mary, and we're not going to have it in the next 2 years for us until this administration's done. We'll have it some places, some will be better than others, but we got to try to strive to get it. And I can tell you that anecdotally, just go walk them and look at them and be in them and walk down for 3 or 4 times and you'll get your own view of things. It's not scientific, but it's better than nothing. We need to get there. We need to get to the data. And we'll get there. The bad news is somebody's going to know everything we do. Go ahead, Ms. Cole.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Secretary.
She's one of those people, by the way.
No, I am not. Do not.
Just based on
We do not monitor U.S. citizens.
my review of all the applications for Smart Scale and Hampton Roads, the ones that I reviewed, I have to question the information that's provided on the application that was presented in a way to make you think it was going to get people out of cars and we're going to put them on bikes and they're going to use it. When I drilled down, the strategic plan that I read was promoting recreation. The application was promoting getting people out of cars and on bikes because that helped with the application and the scoring. So to your point, Mr. Secretary, we've got to find a way to distinguish between what's recreational and what's actually going to improve and get traffic off the roads. Mr. Kapsperwitz has shared with me and others information in Northern Virginia that is totally justifiable, and I'm in total support of it. But we have certain applications in certain districts that really, quite frankly, aren't being truthful. And so we need to validate. Somehow we need to come down and decide, are they just doing this for the convenience of the application to be successful, or is the information not really that accurate? And that's part of what I think the Secretary is right. We've got to find a way to truthfully define what's recreational, which is great. I think it's great. I mean, with all these suicides and mental health issues, I think recreation is great. But is that the function of Smart Scale, and is that what our job is to do here? Or is there another pot of money that maybe they ought to be looking at? I am not a fan of, nor will I ever be a fan of road diet. I'm just going on record and say that. So, but thank you for allowing me to make that comment. But there's a difference between Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads.
Yeah, man. Where it's good, it's good. Do it. Go ahead, Bert. Ms. Jackson, sorry.
Okay. So we saw what happens when we switch all that factor weighting to safety and congestion. We took in comments from our statewide staff, from the comments that we had in survey, and came up with the best blend of moving some to safety and some to congestion by different area type. And to Ms. Hines's point, seeing where different area types might benefit from more than others. Area type D, for example, very adamant about increasing the safety score out there because those are where their issues are. Area type A, for example, even from last round when we came back for continuous improvement, 5% safety is not enough, was the general theme that came out of that. So really focusing, moving those in that area type to more safety than congestion because it was already at 45%.
And Ms. Jackson, I would continue to say that we should, as a matter of good policy, when we look at the safety impact, remember that this is part and parcel or accretive to a total safety program. And let me just, and we'll never be there, right? We're never, but let me just say this. If our if our regular safety, our highway safety improvement program, if it fully funded all of our safety needs every year, which it will not, and it has not, but if it did, that should be zero. It should be zero. If we're fully funded our safety needs, there should be no safety scoring in smart scale ever, if we did. Now, we're not going to, we don't, but you can't just look at 5 and 20 and 25 and 30 and think about it relative to everything else, because it's got its own program over there that we're doing as well. And so you just need to think about them together. I'm not saying the numbers are, that they should change or not, or be what they are or not, in terms of what they should go to. I'm just saying, remember, it's not, this isn't all of it. There's another big program that's just for that.
So when we do a blend of some going to safety and some going to congestion by different area types, if you need a reference back to the other side, this is what the total outcome looks like on percent of benefits beyond all of the averages.
And let me go back to the Area A thing. Okay, so Area A in the current and recommended weighting, that's 5% in Type A, okay? That's Goochland. That's Suffolk.
Wait, in A or D?
A. In Suffolk in A?
I think,
A.
yeah, Goochland is,
It's in A.
okay.
Sort of rural. Big opportunity for development. Two spec, but we looked at one yesterday. Spec building going up 10 miles up the road on 460. Another big development at 58 and 460. Economic development, 5. Now, you go back, if we had a district map we could look at, these maps, you know, when you go from Onancock on the eastern shore to Cortland or wherever that goes on the far, it's a diverse district, right? It's very diverse, but it's pretty much all in one area, not right? So Eastern Shore is not on Area A, excuse me.
It's not even
It's
on
in
there.
D.
Indeed.
I was wrong. But the rest of it, I mean, the point is, within an area, you can have very different needs within an area, and that makes it harder, right? So the need in Norfolk is very different than the need in Suffolk, very different.
So
And
is-
yet they're the same. And
is-
so I would want 5 maybe in Norfolk, but I might want 20 in Suffolk, right? And they're in the same area, and so how do I deal with that?
Well, is the orange area the HR TAC area? Is that?
That's
so
correct.
You could
Is
The
it
red.
exactly?
red, whatever color it is.
HR TAC is a few counties short of the PDC. I don't know. I don't know the answer, Mary.
I mean, I guess your example is well taken, but the Hampton Roads District already has 2 colors in it, as I see that.
Yeah, but part of the
So-
all I'm saying is part of the color is in the wrong area.
Well, right, and so they could request it,
Maybe.
and then we'd fix it.
Maybe.
Because then economic development would be
Yeah,
30%.
maybe.
So, I think getting the Type A to be more like itself, and removing outlier parts of it is probably a smart approach.
I don't disagree. I just want to remind, I want to keep pounding on and reminding folks that at the end, while all these things have an impact, the revenue stream that we're trying to get to create the funding to do everything else is primarily impacted by the economic development category. And so at the end of the day, we want to go to Paris and we want to go to Honduras and we want to build a beach house. That's great. Those are all good things. We better find the money to do it or we're not building any of them. We're not going to reduce safety. We're going to have more congestion. We're going to have more issues if we don't have the money to fund the work. And that's what funds the work. So I'm not saying it's wrong, the numbers. I'm just saying, I want to put some serious attention on my revenue because that's what pays for everything else we're trying to do.
I just wanted to circle back to the safety comments and the impact that this has on the safety score. And I think I've been a proponent of increasing safety on this, but it's become very obvious that one of the challenges with putting more project emphasis on safety is the time frame associated with smart scale. And I think yesterday's example was a good one. We've got an interchange that had an identifiable safety problem. That was the first thing that drove the effort to modify that interchange. But the actual solution from the start of that process to the completion of the project can be 10 to 12 years. And I'm just not sure. And
That's a little long.
well, 6 to 10 years. In the case of that project, it would be the latter. But I'm not sure that we don't need to
read. That's the question
and
yesterday. What do we do in the interim?
what do we do in the interim? And is there a different metric or mechanism for spending these safety dollars if a project does score higher that accelerates the process? Should there be an accelerant?
Probably on everything.
Well, but of all the categories, accessibility, if we could accelerate safety,
Of all the categories, that's.
I don't have an answer to that. I just put it out for discussion. If we could reduce the time frame on safety-specific projects, we'd save lives and reduce serious injuries.
So this is a result of the final staff recommended scenario for now, not draft is more the word I should use than final. With the blend.
Preliminary staff recommended scenario, right?
This will get consensus
Yeah, right.
before we get to the end. But where this lands us is reducing small projects, more bike ped, but I think really more the focus is this table of the blend than it is on this, is where are we having our benefits and what projects are the outcome.
I don't like that four number. Now listen, and that can be aberrational too. One round does not make a trend. But I don't like that number.
Absolutely going to be having VEDP come to us in September, and this will need to be modified to include VEDP changes. So
No, they're recommendations.
recommendations, to add those recommendations into the final.
You're the only ones that change it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Brooke, looking at this, I use a coarse term. We've gutted bike ped. We've taken it down by 75%. The data may support that, but I don't have it, we don't have it as a board, and it may be excruciating and grueling, but I'd like to see some identification of what remains, and again, where the line between transportation-focused bike ped programs and recreation-focused bike ped programs is drawn in that 51.
I don't know that we can do that last piece.
Well, even analyzing the existing applications in some statistical way to help us make that determination. So if we've got 13 applicants that put in very comprehensive information on the amount of commuter traffic that their bike ped project would support, and the remainder didn't, then that would be useful data. So before we make a step that's significant, I think we need data to back it up.
Of course. That sounds good.
Yeah, so
That's all I have.
it's really what Ms. Hines was sort of asking for was, okay, I saw 51 to 13. Can you show me by my district? Can you show me what the projects were? Can I get some better sense of what's being eliminated and what's staying. Fair enough?
And how the rack and stack changes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that what you're seeing here is a product of applying all of those items in bullet one. And I think a lot of those changes are.
A lot of those changes come from the HPP.
Yes.
You remember.
No, I understand. The net
Same
effect,
thing.
yeah, net effect's the same.
And frankly, we need to think about at the same time, and we're sort of doing that, I guess, in the suggestion to eliminate the step. But what's the criteria for HPP? You know, we found we are getting these small projects in there, and, you know, I don't know how a small project necessarily becomes, I guess it could, but high priority to me has always sort of meant major impacts on the statewide system. That's what it meant to me.
Mr.
And when we're getting little ones in there, is that what we want it to be or not? I don't
Well, and Mr. Secretary, just in terms of taking this home and thinking about it
Yes,
and
ma'am.
talking to people, it would be helpful to have a slide that basically says, here's the definition that we're considering for HPP projects. There's
that's
probably
what I'm
one,
trying to get
there's
at.
probably one here
That's what I'm trying to
someplace.
get at.
I'm sure there's one here someplace. But
I
as
think we need to-
part of that,
You can
look at that.
absolutely.
We need to look at that. All right, keep going. Dr. Smoot.
Just say to my fellow members, while there appear to be good reasons to eliminate step two, you might want to take a look at your district because you're going to lose some projects and you're going to gain some projects. The funding is going to be a little bit, what is chosen or funded and what is not is going to change. So you might want to go back and look at this year. It wouldn't apply to this year, I don't think, but you might want to go back and understand what the implication of that is in your district, because there are implications.
And when you do that, I think we need to always be mindful that we need to balance the concept and the philosophy with the result, meaning just because you had some projects changed, if it met what you were trying, your overall philosophy was, then okay. Okay, that's exactly what we're trying to do here, right? It's what we're trying to do. And so as we do that, just keep that in mind. That you know, in theory, if we do it right, it's a good thing. If we do it right. So just don't look at 1 year and say, well, I lost this, I got that, I don't like this, right? And I know we won't do that, but. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Stan.
You kept saying the criteria for this so-called land use. I don't think you meant criteria. Are you talking about the methodology that they developed to prove this criteria?
What I'm saying is, they took, I think what I'm trying to say is, I believe they took B, and they looked at it, and they said, here's how we interpret B. We're going to call it land use.
That's right. I agree.
Right? And now, here's the criteria that we're going to put in there that in theory impacts those things. And so they've attempted to address it. Forget the term, call it whatever you want to call it, I don't care.
Call it the sixth
Call
factor.
it paragraph B.
Paragraph B is good enough.
So it's paragraph B. How do we get to that? What, call it methodology, criteria, whatever. What did we use to get to that?
All I want to say is that I absolutely think that the methodology does not work, makes no sense, and it needs to be reworked. And I just want to put that on the record because I disagree 100% with the scoring methodology, land use coordination. Makes no sense to me.
So our job is to help them get to one that makes sense to us.
I'm not that smart, but I'd be glad to help.
We're going to help. We're going to help.
Mr. Secretary, could
Ms. Lawson.
could we also ask them to look at, and the code is a good thing to look at, because I think it's what brings us here and what allows us to do what we're doing. But that somehow how this land use, or whatever it ends up getting called, fits into the criteria that's set forth in the paragraph above B, which says economic development, I think we got that. Transportation modes, which may actually deal with Mr. Kasperowicz's issue about biking versus cars and so on. Intermodal connectivity, same thing. Environmental quality, accessibility for people and freight, resiliency, and transportation safety. I think we've got these others, but to Mr. Stant's point, I don't think land use fits into that, but maybe there are pieces of what we've been calling, or staff's been calling land use, that can fall into these buckets that the code says we're supposed to do as we update the plan at least once every 4 years.
We're going to grapple with this. Anyone else? Sir.
So what we have been doing during the day, we have Liz, my staff, Liz Philippak and Tara Christensen, we've been taking copious notes. And we've also wrote down the things that we're kind of putting in buckets, if you will. So we captured everything, but I don't think you want to hear us regurgitate all the discussion.
Not today.
Not today, right. And we want to finish ahead of schedule. So we have two buckets. One, and this is under summary of feedback that we heard today. One is just things that we should have further discussion and perhaps analysis, and some action items. And this is going to be a little bit interactive, so we want to make sure we captured it correctly, and then we'll take further action when we come back and discuss this with you. So I'm going to kind of go over what we heard. So make sure we captured kind of path forward for the staff.
Does anybody see anything that's, I just read through it while you were talking.
Yes, sir.
And a couple things I thought need to be included. Does anybody see anything that they don't like on there, or that's not covered?
We have action items on the next slide.
Yeah,
so
but I'm
maybe
just
we'll
talking about
go-
additional,
Yep.
this is about our feedback to them, right? So, something that's not in there is the concept, and I'm not advocating, but we talked about it, the concept of some bar to get over, as opposed to only a relative score. I don't really know how to get there, and maybe it's unnecessary, but it's always bothered me that, it's just, if you put in 28 bad projects, they're going to get 28 bad projects funded.
Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Hines?
We-
The second thing, let me say one other thing. The ability to measure, to get good data, right, is not in there either, meaning, like, back to the bike thing, how do we get the data that we need to make the good decision?
And analyze what we have before we make this decision.
That's fine. Ms. Bond, include that.
I'd like to add just one more point to that, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Secretary.
Ms. Hines, I'll come to you. I'll come back.
Yeah, just one more point on the bike ped thing, and the points you've made, I think, are very apt and appropriate. But in the context of transportation related to roadways in particular, there's a portion of that traffic that is specifically recreational. People going to the beach, people going to the mountains. So
It's not, no. Absolutely not the same thing. When I get in my car, I go anywhere to go someplace. That's transportation. When I walk, I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting in steps, I'm breathing. That's recreation. To get in my car to go to Florida for vacation is transportation. It's not recreation. Difference, very different.
Well, we could argue about that.
No, we cannot argue about that. No, it's no different than going to the grocery store, the pharmacy, to Aunt Sally's. I'm getting in a vehicle or I'm walking to go someplace, as
come back.
opposed to go no place. Just walk around.
I have
There's a difference.
It's movement with a purpose, but Mr.
No, it's not. It's just, it's black and white. There's no gray in there.
The idea
If I
that-
get in my car and drive around the neighborhood to drive around to get some air, no,
If I get on my bike to go to the gym, sir.
that's transportation.
Okay, so I'm just saying, so you made my point.
If I get in the bike just to ride around, ride
I understand, and that's harder to assess, but I think in looking
Yes,
at
it
this, having more data on the actual use or the projected use of these facilities is going to help us make good decisions. And before we go ahead and gut this completely, I think we really need to understand what we're taking out of this current formula.
Ms. Coleman.
Oh, wait.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
Ms. Hines,
Secretary.
I'm sorry.
So what I don't.
I apologize.
That's okay. I mean, we've
got
spent-
lost.
Yeah. I came into this thinking that we might be looking to move some of the percentages around in typology A. And I don't see that listed on here at all.
What about
I don't know.
So, you know, we've got this 45, and then we got 2 5s, and so what
Weighting.
part? The
Weighting.
weighting, that I thought within our typology, we might shift weighting
Absolutely.
differently than what we just talked about with land use.
Right. You're talking about just overall,
Just
all the
a-
factors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at the weighting needs topology
Yep.
and see if we agree with it.
So let's put that under factors. Looking at all the factors type by type.
You ready for me now, Mr. Secretary?
Yes.
Thank you. Review concept of threshold. There was a thought there, and it looks incomplete. So,
The threshold meant, is there a bar to get over? Is
Is that at the threshold?
that what you're talking about?
okay,
It's the idea of, should we set up a threshold that you have to cross that minimum bar to be considered for funding,
you're
as
gonna s-
opposed to just comparing against other projects?
if you're going to distribute that, would you add that? Because I'll forget what you just said.
Clarify
as soon
that?
as I
Yeah,
get this.
Of course.
The other thing is, I'm a big advocate of the definition of land use that Scott has read. I would advocate to put that in as a substitute for what's in there right now. The other thing is like Mary, I'd like to see what some of these changes were so that we don't have any unintended consequences. I don't know how much time it
We're
would
gonna
take.
do that, we're gonna do that, but I caution you again. Please do not look at one round and see the changes and extrapolate that across the board. Just know it's one round.
Well, if it gives some of the members a little bit more reassurance, or at least to be able to speak, she's extremely active, as I said earlier, everybody knows, with her district. It just gives her a better way of explaining things, how these changes might affect, if we can use these changes and stick them in. I don't know how much time it takes to put that in, to pull out the data and
We're gonna
for
do
us to
that, Wayne.
compare.
We're committed to doing that.
Okay.
We're committed to show which projects got in, what projects got out, where they were, and allow people to look at the sheets. We've committed to do that, so let's, done.
So,
All right? We're gonna
hopefully,
do that.
I look forward to
But
that.
What all I'm saying is, the concept of taking a round, making some changes to it, looking at it, and extrapolating that into, that's the way it's gonna be, or that's the way it would have been, is not statistically accurate. And so it's good information, and it's certainly accurate to this round. Just want to be careful. We don't even have a trend. We got one. We got one data point.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes.
I'm going to interpret what you're saying in part to be that we should be cautious with making broad changes to the program, not understanding what it might do to future rounds.
Now, what I'm saying is, when you see the changes, don't interpret them to be, that's the trend going forward forever, because it
I
won't work
understand.
like that.
Again, I think, I would
said
just,
it
I would
differently.
just.
You cannot put words in my mouth,
I
Mr.
was
Casper, and
trying.
I'm not using those words.
Well, then I'll make them my words.
You want to play my words back, please?
I would suggest caution as we move forward with making fell swoop changes that we're not certain of what the impact will be on future rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm with you.
So hopefully, in addition to what we,
So
Action
is there
items.
something else that's not represented in here that we're concerned about? And listen, this isn't your only chance. If you think about it tonight or tomorrow or whenever, well, we're not done here. This isn't your only opportunity, but if something pops out that's not there, let's put it on the table now. If not, let's move on. Let's go.
all right, so on your slide deck that we have schedule and next steps, and let's flip back to our presentation. And I'll just go over what we have in front of you rest of the year. You get a break in August. September, we'll come back to you, and we'll get into the need and benefit relationship. We'll also summarize the retreat and the action items, anything that we need to come back to you with. In October, we'll be presenting you with the recommendations. And as Brooke already mentioned, November public virtual town hall, where we'll solicit input from the public and so forth, and for you to make the final decision in December for any kind of policy changes that are required. All right? So that's the end of our presentation. I know it was pretty extensive, but we want to capture kind of the past, the present, and of course, going into the future.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
Could I suggest, if we're not going to meet in August, that we get their report as if we were meeting in August, so that we could digest that? And I'll tell you.
What report are you looking for? The information we've asked for, or what are you looking for?
Well, I'm anticipating they're going to make some kind of a presentation in September.
Oh, so you'd like to see that in advance?
I like to see that a month ahead of time, so that we could.
I don't know, you're going to see it a month ahead of time.
No, as if we're meeting in August.
Yep.
Which would be, what, third week in August, whenever it is. So it's ahead of time and not the Friday before. And the reason I bring that up is I know we've pushed off what Mr. Stant brought to light, but I think compliance with the code's kind of an important thing.
I don't think that has anything to do with the September thing. I think it's in and of itself, and we can work on it today and tomorrow and the next day. I don't we need to wait.
No, I understand, but I also would like to try to be efficient with everyone's time and get the benefit of not only code compliance, but also these recommendations.
I cannot commit to you to get you September's presentation in the middle of August. I can't do that. It's a time problem. We got work to do. We got to get there and do the work.
Okay.
I can't commit to that. What I can commit to is we'll get you, and these other things we'll be working on along the way, we'll get you everything we have as soon as we can get it to you. If that's August, it's August, but the presentation in September may not be complete a month early because we're working on it still.
Then let's not get hung up on a date, then sometime prior to the normal.
As soon as possible.
Few days before.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And it may be, maybe we get it 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I mean, I
Understand.
as soon as
That
we
would
can.
be
I'm in full agreement.
appreciated.
That's second
So we ought to be
request.
pushing, as we're getting this data, right? We don't need to wait for meetings here, folks. We'll package up these things. We'll work together to get this done. But as we get information that's responsive to the questions that people have asked, we should be talking to them. We should be disseminating the information. And listen, don't be bashful about setting up appointments to talk about things that are concerning you or you don't understand. Set up a time and we'll spend hours on the phone with you, or we'll come see you, right? We want you to be as fully informed as you can be, because this is hard decisions to make. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think it's appropriate to give acknowledgement to Brooke and her staff for this.
Are you taking my thunder?
Yeah, I am.
Mr. Coleman, you're out of order.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
But I just think, that some of the discussions may have been frustrating to staff, but from my standpoint, I just want to thank all of you, and you too, Mr. Chang, for your efforts, John and your group. I think they've done a wonderful job.
And they still got lots of work to do. That's the best part. All right, any other questions? We getting there?
Get your mallet.
We feel like we're getting there? Haven't adjourned yet. Okay, so let's commit to this. We'll get you the information that's responsive to you as soon as we can, in terms of these things we've listed out here. And we'll endeavor to get it, as much of it, as far in advance as we can possibly get it. Number one. Number two, please, 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 do not sit with 3 people in this group and talk about this, because it's against the law. So don't do that. And please, please, please talk to the people that are doing this for us to make sure you have as much information as you need and that you have as much clarity as you can get in order to make your decision. We got a couple months to do that, right? And if you're not getting what you need, I want you to pick up the phone and call me and you'll get what you need. That's not going to be necessary, but I'm just saying, all right? Because at the end of the day, our job is to get you prepared to make these decisions. And we got to do that well, because this is important stuff. Okay? So use that. Use it. And they're not going to be calling you every day. You need something, you go say, ding, 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 I need this. All right? Anybody else? Commissioner? Director?
Can I say something?
Yes, Ms. Sellers.
I just want to thank everybody for coming to Fredericksburg, and really thank Marcy and her staff for putting this together. I got a lot of credit. I can't take any of the credit, sir. I have to pass that credit on. So it has been a pleasure to host you guys, and I hope you come back, enjoy the ballpark, enjoy the city, and come see us sometime.
Fantastic visit
Fully
and a
agree.
great meeting. So thanks to everyone. Please travel safely home. And my group, I'll see you back in Richmond in an hour and 12 minutes. Thank you very much.